So could like the world stop with the Ashes creation stuff for just like a weekend, maybe, please? Because I need a fucking weekend to get caught up. Last weekend we got the ledger. Thanks to Nafis. It's not Nephis, it's Nafis. whose name I've been mispronouncing, so I do apologize. You guys know I'm not good with letters with vowels. If I don't know how to pronounce something, and I've listened to his show a bunch of times, I just don't think I've ever actually heard him. So somebody sent me a video that said this is how he pronounces his name. I think I'm just gonna call him Godfather N for right now because he's a spiritual gangster anyway. But he's doing amazing work. What's terrible about this whole Ashes of Creation thing, though, we're not really making any progress. What's up, Fohammer? We're not making any progress. We've got a lot of movement, but we're not making progress. And what's even worse, his show last night was illuminating. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to cover... He is very, very good at what he does. He is amazing content creator. As I've said on a previous show, he is the only content creator, 100% love, nothing but love. Yeah, he showed my video. That video yesterday was a very specific cutout because what was supposed to happen... Oops, that's not supposed to be... I need to fix that. So this article that I wrote 2 articles on back-to-back days. I did a video based on a show. And that's, now that I'm feeling better, I'm trying to get back to my original work process. The original work process is that I write the article so that I have all the ducks in a row. From the article, I build the website article. That gives me all of the assets for the video that I need. And then I make the video and then I post it all together. Well, there's supposed to be a command, like just like there's a video, supposed to be a companion video, but then all this extra information came out. And so what I've done is I've taken part of Steven's comment from last night and I divided it into its own video, which pulls some of this video out. And what I'm going to do today, and I had to restart my machine, I got to open up one more document. I'm going to be building a PowerPoint as we go. I'm going to be dragging stuff over into a PowerPoint template as we go through today, because there's too much for one creator to cover. And I want to say, Nafis's Discord is an amazing place because no one's being shitbirds over there. They're all being great people. Like, one guy bought all the documents and then Steven released them all for free a few hours later, which kind of sucks. But, you know, nobody is playing the I got a secret over there. I asked for something. I'd been up for a long time. I asked for something. Somebody went and found it. It's great. People are tagging each other like, this may be interesting. Does anybody have this? So we're going to dig through a lot of stuff today. And as we go through everything, I'm going to try to build the next slideshow with the next pack. What I do want to say, though, I haven't had a chance to clean up. And I'm going to show this. I haven't had a chance to... Studio mode. Nope, I have to come out here. And nope, I have to come out here, then I have to do this. And then I think that is what we needed. Yep. So I have not had a chance yet to... Yeah, the ledgers have kept me busy. Steven wants to go on somebody's show to do an interview. Let's just be honest. If Steven is legitimate about wanting to do an interview, the only person he should do that interview with is me. Because, number one, I don't need this money to survive, so I'll go right at him. Number two, I'm a honey badger. I don't give a shit about hurting his feelings now, because he is tarnished. He has tarnished the reputation. Nafis is great, but the problem is Nafis can't go after Steven the way I can, because Nafis has to maintain an approachability by other brands. See, I don't give a shit if other brands don't want to work with me. I don't give a fuck. with as bad as my hands and feet were not long ago, I considered stopping because I'm in pain. Nafis can't go after Steven the way he has to, because that would mean future brands might not want to do interviews with him or partnerships with him, because they'll be like, damn, like he really is a gangster. Well, what kept me busy, and I'm sorry that this isn't ready to share other than the snapshots. Steven's talking about all this money that Steven put in. I want to show you guys. Oh, he wants to go on somebody else's show and be interviewed. I could get that's good shit. Him and Zybeck should get together, or him and Theory Forge should get together. Now, I want to make sure that I am fair with what I say. And what Steven has said is Nafis has been fed false and defamatory information by individuals with an axe to grind in an effort to litigate this dispute in the public domain alongside our lawsuit already pending in federal court. So what Steven is saying is that this ledger isn't complete. It doesn't tell the whole story. Well, let me tell you, I've never seen a ledger this bad, and I used to do audits for the military. I've done audits of things that hadn't been looked at in 14 years. A couple of things I want to tell you. If Steven starts to say, oh, well, Jahlon doesn't have the full picture, I'm going to show you a couple of bits, right? That number there is their running balance that they didn't even have in their ledger. They didn't run their ledger with a debit and a credit column. They didn't run their ledger because I'll show you this. This is their ledger. I've just assigned my own accounting codes, and so that I can break things out better, so I can see where money's going. Like transfers to John Moore, 115,000. Unsupported transactions, 1,700. Unclassified cash outflows, $358,000. Right? General suspicious activity, $39,000. You should not have, and this is your running balance. So your running balance at the end of the year was a positive 289,000. But at the start of 2016, where'd that $289,000 go? Where is it? Because it's there on the last transaction of the month. And even worse, you'll notice I have to put this as unexplained income, because you have no indicator. And that right there, whenever you're running a business and you have a comment that says reconcile balance sheet, that means you're admitting that you lost $2,460, and you're doing this to make the balance budget. But because you didn't explain anything, I have to independently label that as 1990 unexplained income, because you're making an entry onto the general journal, because you're not running this in a proper debit credit explanation. But then again, I have no idea what I can't attest to the accuracy or the validity of the QuickBooks file, because I didn't do the conversion. I got the Excel spreadsheet. But every year you will notice the running balance is gone. So a negative 269,194 with a deposit going into John Moore's account. But I don't have a list of all the accounts, and I have no idea why you would ever label an account John Moore account 6009, because that's not a proper classification for a C Corp's account. John Moore doesn't have an account at Intrepid Studios. Assets do, income does, sales does, expenses done, liabilities do, equity transfers, all those you don't have to, but you can set up your own accounts. But then again, negative 269, I must have a field selected. What field do I have selected? Oh, that's the, why are you doing this? Sometimes, man, you got to be smarter than what you're working with. Okay, so at the end of the year, thank you so much. I forgot to make myself coffee. So again, end of the year, end of 2016, we're ending the year at negative 269 in the hole, but we're starting the next year at negative 246. Now, what doesn't make any sense to any of that, and I broke this all out so I could look at it, and we're going to get into some of that today. As certain promissory notes come up, we're going to be able to look at the ledger. But where I want to show you that I'm not in any doubt that I matched up the numbers as best as they could be. This is their running balance total, income total, deduction total. These two numbers match, and that is what it is. Yeah, well, I do your taxes next year. Now over here, you'll notice I have a column called additional paid-in capital. And you'll say, but I thought they had shareholders. That's because all of these note payables, right, are from people like Robert Dawson. And what's going to have to happen is over here, I'm aware of what I believe is an $8 million loan in 2020. But it's not in note payable. It might be spread between notes payable, and if you notice, they have a column called unexplained income. So there is $15 million between notes payables, personal contributions, unexplained transfers from John Moore, and unexplained income. Robert Dawson's $8 million may be in there somewhere, but we're told that got converted to equity. Stephen and them didn't pay, and that was a term of 5 years. So in 2025, there should be $8 million in that box right there. Because when we owe you $8 million, but we can't pay you, so we convert $8 million into equity, we take it off of our notes payable line, and we put it onto our additional paid-in capital line, so that our total number of cash flow stays the same. But now we know, number one, that we don't owe anybody that money. We've taken it off of notes payable. Because when I look at notes payable, I know it gets really confusing, but that's notes payable. That's money we owe people. We took money in, so we eventually have to balance out $124 million. And this line, if all of that converted, this number right here should be a hell of a lot bigger than 1.4 million. It should be closer to, if Robert Dawson really has what Steven says is he was forced to do all these flip overs, then yeah, I did just start streaming. Yeah, I've only been alive a little bit. Trying to get caught up on all of this stuff. Do we know who filled out their ledger? John. I do not know who filled out their ledger. Hey, Jack. But what I have to say is I believe it has to have been John. Because I don't know anybody who would willingly, other than the person benefiting from it, that would code things, transfer to Trek Holdings, shareholder distribution. By the way, shareholder distribution is an inappropriate term for a C corporation. As I talked about in the other video, another article that I did, shareholder distributions only happen in S corps or LLCs. Once they're C corps, they have to be paid out as dividends, and dividends can only be taken out of retained profits. And a $500,000 investment is not a retained profit. If you started the company in June and you got an investor payout in, this is still those QuickBook files. When Thomas Alakazin invested and you did a 500,000, well, Steven should be a shareholder right here. Steven should be a shareholder and Thomas should be a shareholder. So if you're going to pay 5,000 out to one, you pay 5,000 out to another. And I'll get more to that. So the shareholder distribution is just straight up illegal. I can't say that it's straight up illegal because I would subject myself to slander, libel, defamation of character, accusation of wrongdoing. I'm not saying what they did was illegal. What I'm saying is if you have a C corporation and you try to remove money from the C corporation with a designator called shareholder distribution, the IRS is going to want to talk to you to review your books. And I'm not saying that they couldn't do this, but if Steven was a shareholder and now Thomas is a shareholder, you would have to either give $2,500 to each or $5,000 to each. And the IRS really doesn't like it when on the same day you make an investment into a company, they pay out a dividend, because then you're cycling capital. And that's very, I'm not going to say suspicious because Steven is likely to lose his mind. It's a red flag. I'm surprised the IRS has not looked into Intrepid before all this. Well, I don't know if anybody before me had ever reported Intrepid to the IRS. But considering that the whistleblower clause is 15 to 30% of the unrecovered taxable income, I could fund some music with 15 to 30% of their... by the way, I tagged John Moore and Stephen Sharif specifically as interested parties, so they all can get audited. I'll take 15%. Would have been cheaper for Stephen to just pay me out my affiliate money. Pay me to go away. By the way, Stephen, if this gets to you, you can put me on a contract for 6 figures that keeps me researching anything but you. So, with all that aside, let me get into Steven's Reddit post yesterday, and then I have yeah, I'm getting that affiliate money one way or another. You either give me the 5 figures you owe me, or I'm gonna come for 7. I don't give a shit. I'm a honey badger. By the way, it's 416. It's 1400. What I will state is, if I were the person the IRS contacted and I helped them spearhead their investigation, if I got money, I would pro-rate pay the employees. Those employees, every time some of the employees talk to me, as I've told you guys, I had to stop being a counselor because I suffer from vicarious trauma. I don't know how to compartmentalize people's pain. Some of those employees ended up homeless. Some of those employees ended up moving back home with parents. At least 2 of those families had people with medical emergencies who got completely screwed because their coverage just turned off. And Stephen Sharif is playing this game of, well, I couldn't agree with the board. Dude, you were the CEO. You have no fucking spine and no fucking ball sack. You're the CEO. The moment you knew that they were doing illegal shit, you could have reported, you could have issued the warn notice to the employees. Period. You didn't need to wait. And I also find it funny. I'm going to show a piece of evidence today that hasn't been previously submitted. After I double check everything Steven has, because Steven's a fucking liar. Steven's a fucking liar. He knew in December what they were doing. He was party to discussions in December that he knew they were planning on screwing the employees. So, I have included the filings exhibits as well as witness statements at the end of this post. They will shock you. Oh, by the way, I've had multiple lawyers read this thread because I no longer have any give a fuck about Steven because he played me twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. There will not be a third time. I had multiple lawyers look at this. Jason Karamanis has absolutely the right to open now another lawsuit for slander, libel, defamation of character. I have included the filings exhibits as well as witness statements at the end of this post. They will shock you, but they are a true and accurate account of what occurred to Intrepid and why. I know the public discourse around me, Intrepid, and Ashes of Creation has been flooded with knives-out narratives driven by a coordinated defamation campaign orchestrated by the opposing parties in my lawsuit. That's defamation of character. Because what I will tell you is, you managed to read through the email yes. I have been drinking coffee and mainlining adrenaline and staying up reading all this stuff. This is actionable right there. I will tell you right now, I am not a part of any coordinated defamation campaign. Period. Dot. I have corresponded with Jason Karamanis exactly one time in email. I have sent 2 messages to him. He has sent me 1 back. Period. Dot. It's fun watching stupid people dig a hole. They usually find themselves in a spot they can no longer get out. Yeah. It's fun watching people like Steven dig a hole and then shit in it and then say, why does it smell down here? That campaign has been amplified through content creators, including those serving as a mouthpiece for Jason Karamanis, a known violent individual with multiple prior arrests. Okay, so I'm going to say something and it makes me sound like a dick, but I'm still going to say it. If you knew that this was the quality of the people you were keeping, why did you keep taking their money? You say that he's a known violent individual with arrests. There we go. He's got arrests. Does he have any convictions? He has no convictions? Oh, well then it doesn't matter. What Steven is doing is he's trying to paint this picture, and what you have is Steven's trying to make you believe that you've got Big Daddy Dawson. Oh, Steven Sharif is here. Hi, Steven. Why don't you say hi? You still have your VIP tag. Oh, is he not here? Oh, damn it, he's not here. Oh, Karthos, you got me all excited. This is the picture. This is what Steven Sharif is trying to portray. That Big Daddy Dawson is like a mafia boss, and Jason Karamanis in the background is Jason Knuckles Karamanis gonna break his jaw. Like, what the fuck, man? Again, this dude right here in the front, he owns a bank. I want people to recognize something. The more I find out about things, right? The more I find out. Jason Karamanis sounds like my kind of people, except I don't set people up for failure, but he's like my kind of people. The dude's got millions of dollars in real estate. Millions of dollars. Big Daddy Dawson, he owns a fucking bank. I want you to think about this here for a second. If the guy owns a bank and he's offering you loan terms, why are you signing anything he's giving you? He's going to beat you because he owns a bank. I mean, that's like a flex and a half. What do? I own a bank. You manage a bank? No, I own it. Oh, shit. I did background checks on a bunch of the people involved, and I was afraid to crack the seal on... No, this now. And I was afraid to crack the seal on Dawson. Still stuck in a streak even though I missed yesterday. Do not mistake, this is not directed at the casual observer. I ask that you take a moment to read today's court filings. In them, I have included more than 45 exhibits consisting of texts, emails, internal communications, and witness testimony from 6 individuals with first-hand knowledge of the events as they unfolded. Here's what I find interesting about Steven's submissions. Since Steven wants to paint his opponents in the worst possible light. And I hate when people do that. I hate when people go the route of, I'm going to make the other side look as bad as possible while I try to make myself look as good as possible. I want to remind you, this is something Steven said, and I lost so much respect for him. Probably these fucking Chinese are the absolute most dog shit culture and people I've ever experienced. Dude, Steven, some of your employees were either married to Chinese individuals or Chinese heritage themselves. How do you even... Okay. If this is how you talk in text messages, how do you speak verbally? Because this is the stuff you say that you know there's a written record of. What I find interesting about this is he says, read the court files and only trust them. Then what is the point of all the text above? Like he is complaining about the other side doing the same thing he does. One of the many hilarious videos that I've been putting out lately talks about that exact point. Because honestly, how are you supposed to take this guy seriously when Steven says
watch the court filings? How can we do that when you motion to seal the records? What do I know? I'm just jackass Jahlon. Hee-haw, watch the court filings? How can we do that when you motion to seal the records? What do I know? I'm just jackass Jahlon. Hee-haw.
So, we're going to get to some of the documents that he redacted some stuff out of some of the documents. Well, if the truth will out, son, if the truth will out, why do you have things redacted? I understand that creators can be easier to consume and more entertaining to watch, but some are chasing headlines and clicks, not accuracy, context, or the truth, which can only be found reliably in court. Okay, let me just add on. I have done thousands and thousands of reviews over my years in business, CPI. This is this is my ledger. This is not their ledger. What you're seeing on screen is how I do a ledger. And it got a lot of assets, a lot of liabilities, equity, revenue. I have never had a fraud, waste, and abuse section this long. I have never had to have more than 5 or 6 FWA accounting codes on any audit I've ever done. This is the first time. It's bad. But it's a ledger, it's not the ledger. I have to wait for somebody to hand me the unaltered, unredacted, unadulterated. Yeah, those Chinese comments are crazy. Like, you can't behave like that. Too bad that Intrepid did not set up an office within the EU. Even if they had, you wouldn't be able to get their books. You'd only be able to get their European books. Over the past several weeks, I know many of you have been trying to make sense of what's happened to Intrepid Studios and Ashes of Creation. I've seen the speculation, the confusion, the frustration, and the deliberate misinformation and defamation campaign designed to exploit all three. You deserve clarity, you deserve facts, and you deserve to hear directly from me. I have remained focused on addressing these matters where you can be certain the truth is actually verified in a court of law. I'm going to stop you right here. Bullshit, Steven. Bullshit. Because the judge called you guys out. The judge, this is almost fucking unheard of in a court discussion. There's so much inconsistent information before me that I just want to remind everyone of what I said at the beginning of this hearing. Take a look at your pleadings, review them, get on a phone call, discuss this with one another. Client control is very important. And perhaps the misinformation comes from what your client, you know, for the plaintiffs, is telling you. Perhaps clients for the defense is saying something else. You need to be in control of what you file before me because you're the lawyers on the case. This is a big fucking deal. And there's a couple of lawyers around in the different communities. When the judge speaks to both lawyers this way, this is the judge giving you the big warning that says, if this shit keeps up, I'm gonna file for sanctions because you're wasting the court's time. I'm going to say stuff and you know it must be true because it's verified by the mayor of Jovia. Right. Judge says, slap, slap. That's what this says. So when Steven turns around and says, I have remained focused on addressing these matters where you can be certain the truth is actually verified in a court of law. Okay, Bubba, the fucking judge says you're lying or they're lying or somebody's lying. And since you're the one that filed the majority of the stuff in California, who is more likely rather than less likely to be the person who filed the wrong shit? You are. Now, the judge did say they weren't convinced about the Dawson stuff, but that is because Steven it's his filing. And yes, as I said 2 months ago, the Article 9 sale was improper for 2 reasons. Number one, you talked about having the sale on 27 December. You executed the sale by January 16th. That's not commercially viable because you had less than 21 days. So there's no way you published it in any industry periodicals. There's no way you publicized it very much at all. Even if you had managed to notify Commerce West Bank, the state of California, you didn't notify Karen, who had filed a lien in the interim. So you didn't do the process right, and it wasn't commercially viable. And the judge has already said that. After the April 2 hearing, today's filing, and the submission of declaration and its exhibits that expose what was really happening behind the scenes, it is important that I speak plainly to our community. The hearing on April 2nd made one thing unmistakably clear. When the defendant's conduct is dragged out of shadows and placed under judicial scrutiny, it does not hold up. No, let me stop Steven right there. That's not what the April 2 hearing said. The April 2 hearing said, I find that the sale, the transfer of assets, the Article 9 foreclosure was not handled properly. It was not commercially viable, but you've already reversed it. I don't find enough information here to grant you a preliminary injunction. Steven isn't winning this case. He's spinning a narrative. Steven is losing. Steven got his TRO. Yeah, Steven got his TRO and he went a victory lap on that. Do you know how fucking easy it is to get a TRO? TRO, a temporary restraining order. Temporary restraining order until the date of the hearing of the preliminary injunction, which you did not get. Which means the judge says, yeah. Page 111 in the exhibits. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. As alleged in our federal complaint and further supported by the sworn declarations and documentary evidence now filed with the board defendants led by Chairman Dawson engineered a plan to seize control of Intrepid's assets for their own benefit through threats, coercion, deception, and unlawful self-dealing with zero regard for the company they destroyed and the human lives they damaged by their illegal conduct. Okay, this part is actually true. The human lives. He doesn't actually put words in the judge's mouth because he doesn't quote the judge. He's selectively paraphrasing. But this is, again, I go to some of my short TikToks because as Steven has said things, right? It just adds up.
Really?
I have a person, or I have a painter that I commissioned to paint for me. He's a golden demon painter. Yeah, you paid him out of Intrepid's ledger. This is confirmed. I can 100% confirm Alan Pyle at Tournament GE is a miniatures painter. That is confirmed. Hard confirmed. Because I know another one of Alan's clients. I know another person who had their army painted by Alan. Just so that I don't get into trouble, we pop over here, 2016. This is the entry that is in the books for Alan. I don't want you to just see this curated cut, or Steven will get upset. He'll say, Jahlon is quoting things out of context. Here's the ledger. This is the only information you loaded into your own ledger, and I apologize for the size. A check, a date, a person's name, a location, product supplies, and nothing else. How could you justify to the IRS? Well, remember, he won't have to justify to the IRS for that, because if I take off a little bit of that, and I just show you the first part of the entry. Let me shave this right here. The IRS is going to look at this piece of it, and in a startup company, the IRS is going to be like, oh, that looks legitimate. The only thing that might happen is they might be like, well, what's Tournament GE? And if I could spell. If you found it online, then you'd be like, oh, well, this is odd. Because there's a part of QuickBooks that is supposed to, when you start paying people like this is not how it's supposed to look. It's supposed to look check number, check to who, what the check is, what the service is for, because then in their client file, in their vendor file in QuickBooks, it's supposed to have their name, their address, their phone number, their website, because that way the IRS is like, well, who the hell is Alan Pyle? What the hell is Tournament GE? There's an address, there's a website, they look it up and they're like, hold on a second, this isn't product supplies. So they circle it and they add it to the pile of things you have to justify. If the IRS doesn't like your answer, they penalize you, then you go to court. The IRS doesn't have to go to court to penalize you. They penalize you. So this is Steven and his bullshit. The other one that Steven said, I'll just show this video so that you can really have it done.
In total, coming to Kickstarter, I believe I've put in almost $2 million, just about $2 million.
Show me the money! I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more dollars into over the course of the last 8 years,
So
myself personally, so far, and it demeans the character of myself or the 230 plus families that I care that are putting their hearts and souls into this game, of which I put over $55 million of my own money into the development of this game.
Money, this money, that profit will make me wallet fat.
Yeah.
There has never been a dime or profit that's...
If you haven't seen this making its rounds yet, Steven asks the community on 5/26/21 at 8:23 p.m. help me decide what are my options. And then the very next day, there is a $140.96 expense for DoorDash. And then next to my wonderful unapproving self, there is by year how much money they spent. Now you notice in that last year, it drops to $343.12 because Big Daddy Dawson showed up, started being chairman of the board, and he was like, where the fuck are you spending my money? Like, that's on meals. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, you can pay for company meals, but you can only pay for 50% of them. Maybe John didn't know that, and maybe somebody knows John more. Maybe somebody who's watching knows a person at Intrepid, knows what year John graduated from, what year John graduated college from. Maybe they know what state John's a CPA in. But Steven says illegal conduct. you can't present yourself as a CPA if you haven't passed the test to be a CPA. Being a CPA is like being a lawyer. Now, it's a little bit more lax because transferring your credentials from state to state is a little bit easier. But you can't just claim you're a CPA, and John Moore does that. John Moore in it's this one, I think. John Moore claims, John Moore, Chief Financial Officer at Intrepid Studios, Inc., San Diego, California, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, Marketing, Management, Training, Strategy, Program Management, Budgets, you suck at them, Managing Finance, Financial Analysis, Financial Modeling, Mergers, Acquisitions, Forecasting, Corporate Finance, Cash Management, yeah, you managed to take the cash out of the corporation and put it in your pocket, and CPA. Allegedly, he studied accounting and finance at Bridgewater College, major accounting and finance CPA, but he doesn't have a graduation date. Just saying. That plan involved starving a viable company of cash to manufacture a default, using fear and leverage to force signatures, terminating more than 200 people while stripping them of wages, benefits, and accrued obligations. Accrued obligations? Steven! Bubba, I can't show it because it falls under my NDA, but Bubba, are you saying that you don't have the PlayFab ID number for all of the cash amounts due to the affiliates? Because I know you do. So you can't say that the accrued obligations, but you were the CEO. I think what I'm going to say a bunch of times as I go through this is you were the CEO. The CEO is where the buck stops. Leaving vendors high and creditors dry, and then using the crisis they created to justify a foreclosure designed to transfer Intrepid's assets and intellectual property into an entity controlled by Robert Dawson. I got bad news for you, Steven. That's not how that foreclosure works. For those of you that don't understand, it's not Nephis, it's Naphis. Sorry. Much love. I was saying it wrong. I'm just going to call you like the Mafia Don. Big N. Big N. For those of you that don't understand, and I don't expect you to, this is you. This is me. I loan you cash. And by you, I mean your business. And then I file against your business in California what is a UCC-1, which is a lien. Because I've made, as part of our terms, all of your assets. Now, what Steven is confusing you about is Robert Dawson didn't have to bankrupt Intrepid Studios to foreclose on the assets. And the fact that Steven keeps repeating this narrative lets me know either A, he doesn't know what he's talking about, or B, he knows what he's talking about and he's deliberately lying because it's the only path that comes up with. I loan you $8 million. You owe me $8 million back. I have in my terms, all your assets are my collateral. You didn't pay me back. I'm foreclosing on that. It's not me foreclosing on your company. That's me. Well, I am, because I'm foreclosing on you, the entity that took my money. But I'm not driving you into bankruptcy. You drove yourself into bankruptcy by mismanaging your funds. Now I'm calling my marker. I'm calling my debt. That's not, Steven is not accurate, even in what he's saying, how the process worked. And keep in mind, folks, just because I say Robert Dawson has the right to, I'm not saying that I like what Robert Dawson did. I'm saying you have the right to do that. I think they can get some money if they sell it on the asset store, but is it 180 million? Well, the number that Robert Dawson would be looking for is $90 million. No more than 90 million. I don't know if he's at 70 with his 10 friends of 1 million each, or if they're at 90 with Dawson being at 80 and friends at 10 million each. We'll get through all that as we dig through these documents. And yes, the evidence now before the court goes even further. The recently filed exhibit shows what appears to be a premeditated attempt to defraud Commerce West Bank by failing to notify them as senior secured lender of the foreclosure while simultaneously maneuvering to redirect valuable Steam receivables out of Intrepid and into the defendant's newly created entity. That's not my rhetoric. That's what the text, emails, witness testimony, and internal communications show as exhibited in today's filings. No, that's not what those exhibits even show, Stephen. That's the narrative that you attach to the exhibits, while you are required, when you show your documents, to attach exhibits. There is an alternate explanation for some of it, which we'll get to. The court has already addressed the foreclosure conduct directly. The defendants argue that the Article 9 sale was proper, but I am not convinced. I find it violated, or I believe that it violated, the California Commercial Code. But you notice that he said, in a few ways, didn't tell you the rest, and said, including the failure at the core of the scheme, notice was not given to Commerce West Bank. This right here is another actionable statement. A scheme? What happened next tells you everything. Days before the court was expected to grant injunctive relief, the defendants abruptly reversed course and attempted to undo their own foreclosure. They did not stop because they discovered morality. They stopped because they knew they were about to be judicially stopped. Okay, yes, the judge has already indicated that the judge was likely to rule that the Article 9 foreclosure was not commercially viable and was not conducted properly. Even I said that over a month ago, 2 months ago, that it wasn't done properly. Break. The maximum outcome of that would have been the judge ordering TFE to return the assets to Intrepid Studios. The court recognized the damage done. Intrepid has already suffered harm to its business and reputation from the likely unlawful Article 9 foreclosure and sale of its assets to TFE. Right. Steven, Bubba, you're not Intrepid anymore. You resigned. You alleged you put $4 million into the company they can't find. You alleged you put $55 million into the company they can't find. You alleged you put $9.5 million into the company they can't find. You stated that you put $2 million into the company they can't find. The harm is real. It is not theoretical. It was inflicted on developers, vendors, creditors, investors, and every member of this community who has spent years believing in Ashes of Creation. What many of you have been subject to over the last several months was an orchestrated public defamation campaign, pre-planned by my opponents to poison public perception, isolate me, and depress the value of and strategic partner interest in Intrepid so the assets would wind up with one person, Robert Dawson. Again, buddy, I don't think that works that way. Because a bunch of people started talking about it, and Riot has already come out and stated regarding the Ashes of Creation Riot rumors, we looked at making an investment or even acquiring Intrepid Studios years ago, but Riot decided not to move forward with the discussion. Riot decided not to move forward. The team there shared our goal of making the next great MMO, something we're more committed to than ever, but combining efforts ultimately didn't make sense for us. Didn't make sense for us. I also want to say Steven has burned bridges with iDream Sky, My Games, but they are just dodging. They looked at it. Yeah, they did look at it, but he's not dodging. He says, we looked at making an investment, but Riot decided not to move forward with the discussions. No, that's not going to be bullshit, Skeeters. That's going to be, there is no way Mark made this comment without running this comment through legal. There's no way. There is no way Riot's not being truthful. Here's why. If Riot is truthful in this tweet, that's it. It's over and done. We're finished. If Riot lies, then Riot can be pulled in to the messy litigation. And although nothing can happen to Riot, Mark doesn't want to have to go and testify in some bullshit case that doesn't benefit him. His time is more valuable. Also, what Steven is trying to do is he's trying to put valuation on a product based on an offer. I'm really thirsty and you have a core power. I offer you $20 for it because I'm really thirsty. That doesn't make the value of core powers $20. It makes the value at this place, this time, $20. I use the example of you stumble upon Elon Musk in the middle of the desert. He doesn't have any water. So you offer to sell him a gallon of water for $1 billion. And he buys it because he doesn't want to fucking die. To a set that could be as an evident argument from silence, let's focus on the evidence that exists instead of speculating what could have happened. Yes, exactly. Steven claimed the exhibit showed Rob forced him, but he literally just said Steven is doing great and doing what you want. Right, we'll get there. We'll get there. I can't prove it. Riot looked at Ashes and decided it's not worth what they thought it was after Steven tried to sell them. My.com backed out of the publisher deal because of what Steven wanted from them. Yeah. Also, Steven has to remember, you may have a few employees writing statements for you, but there's an awful lot of employees who have an awful lot more information that are providing that information to Dawson. Dawson is running this the way he should be running this. And hold on, my kid's out of food. Dawson isn't out here litigating this in the public because he knows he doesn't have to. He knows he screwed up the Article 9 foreclosure because he reversed it. Why wait until the court orders you to do something? Just go ahead and do it, and then that way you're saving time. Most of the statements are of little value. They just say, Steven told me X, not firsthand experience. Right, which will all be dismissed as hearsay. They believed if they controlled the narrative, they could control the outcome. They were wrong because I have receipts, I have the texts, I have the emails, I have internal documents. And the people who were present and aware of exactly what these individuals were doing while they lied publicly about it just spoke up in today's filing. No, son, they didn't. 3 people did. All, by the way, those people were promised equity if the game launched. Or they left that part out of it, but I've almost immediately I was told 2 of those individuals were promised equity. This may become one of the craziest stories gaming has ever seen. It may certainly be one of the most disturbing stories in MMO development, but it's not fiction, it is documented. For nearly 2 years, I tried to keep the peace by taking Robert Dawson's money and spending it on DoorDash and Magic cards and Warhammer. I did so for the sake of my team and their families. I did so for the millions of players waiting for Ashes. I did so at the expense of my own health, my own safety, my own peace of mind. I attempted to comply where I could, compromise where I could, and hold things together where I could. But there is a line. Oh, shit. Thanks. And that line was crossed when their conduct showed complete disregard for the human beings under my leadership, which that piece is true. And when we get through the evidence, we will show that one of the people is a total douchebag. When hundreds of lawyer developers became collateral damage, when wages and benefits were weaponized, when fear replaced stewardship, when greed replaced purpose, well, that's irrelevant because that's irrelevant. When they decided they could destroy what others built and simply inherit the remains. They are the owners of it. Yes, they can do that. They unconscionably threw 200 plus families' lives into chaos, shattered years of work, damaged the value of the company, and believed no one would have the will or resources to challenge them. That was a serious miscalculation. In today's filing link below, you will see text, emails, and testimony from people who witnessed and experienced the board's illegal conduct. You will see evidence that was not a misunderstanding, not mismanagement, and not from a business disagreement. It was a coordinated abuse of power. Of course you feel it was an abuse of power. You gave up power. The court also rejected the defendant's attempt to evade accountability by attacking standing. Defendants argue that Mr. Sharif cannot pursue any derivative claims. Again, I am not persuaded. All that means is that The judge is saying Stephen Sharif is a shareholder. If Stephen Sharif and Thomas Alakazin are shareholders, they have the right to represent Intrepid Studios. Intrepid Studios can be on both sides of it. Mr. Sharif, particular allegations, including violating California Commercial Code with the unlawful 9 sale, creates a reasonable doubt as to whether a majority of the Intrepid board faces a substantial likelihood of liability for failing to act in the face of a known duty to act. So this is where what I talked about months ago comes into play. And I'm going to show something that hasn't been shown publicly, to my knowledge, before. And what this is, I verbally read this off the other day, but since now all this stuff is coming out, here is a series of texts. Robert Dawson says on Saturday, December 27th, just got off the call with the attorney doing the Article 9 foreclosure. He said we can do any terminations Monday so long as we give Warren Act notice to employees Monday. No personal liability as to the shareholders, officers, or directors as long as we give notice, even without the 60 days. Well, that's completely false. I don't know why you talk to an Article 9 attorney about Warren notice, because he gave you bad information. We need to terminate all and hire employees we are keeping in the new entity as soon as it's ready. Ryan, are you checking on health insurance, 401k, work comp, D&O, and general liability coverage for the new entity? This is going to need to happen fairly soon. Is this one in the file Steven dropped? I may have seen it. I was up late. We need to transfer all services to the new co. How long to set up? Usually takes a minimum of 30 days. I'm sorry, but you cannot not pay severance and have the statement of no personal liability as to the shareholders, officers, or directors. But the key part right here is this is the day they knew they were insolvent. And you know this is the day they knew they were insolvent because you said, just got off the phone with an Article 9 foreclosure. You know you're insolvent then. The problem with having, and the problem Robert Dawson is going to have here, is you've got Robert Dawson, TFE under Robert Dawson. You've got Robert Dawson, the chairman of the board. You've got Robert Dawson, the majority shareholder. You've got Robert Dawson, the junior creditor. You've got TFE controlled by Robert Dawson. You see the problem here? This is where Robert screwed up. Robert Dawson, as chairman of the board, has fiduciary liability, fiduciary duties, fiduciary obligations to Intrepid Studios. Robert Dawson is the chairman of the board by virtue of being the majority shareholder. Robert Dawson also happened to have more loans out to them. As I showed earlier, he had a lien that allows him to foreclose on the entity that he's the chairman of the board. And when he forecloses as the junior creditor, right, in this column, it's his entity that gets enriched. The judge is probably going to rule there was a financial conflict of interest. That Robert Dawson, as the majority shareholder, should have known he needed to recuse himself from the process because he knew he was going to foreclose on his own entity. Does it happen all the time? Absolutely it does. Does it happen and then get put in this much spotlight? No, it does not. The business way of doing, the model of doing business this way works because nobody usually brings it to court. But the problem that Steven's not recognizing is that at the end of the day, Robert Dawson is the majority shareholder of Intrepid Studios. Now, Steven is claiming that he's not. Steven is claiming that he shouldn't be. But you took his money, right? Yeah. You took his money with agreements, right? Yeah. Those agreements had debt to equity conversions, right? Yeah. So how does he not own Intrepid if he's converted all those? Mr. Tree's particular allegation including... Oh, okay. Because the fight is no longer happening behind closed doors, it is happening in a forum where evidence matters, lies are tested, and accountability can be imposed. As founder of Intrepid Studios and original creator of Ashes of Creation, I also personally want to say that I am sorry. I took on people who represented that they wanted to help build Ashes and support its future. I did not know they would ultimately try to destroy it and seize it for themselves. Yes, you did, you dumb fuck. Yes, you did. You took $1 million loan at 20% interest. You took an $800,000 loan at an unfixed interest rate for 3% equity of the company. You took multiple loans from Jason, multiple loans from Robert Dawson. Steven claims he was forced under direct to take Robert Dawson's money in equity and a loan-to-own scheme. He can claim that all he wants, and what we're going to do later on is, because I have this, we're going to do our best as we go through to find each transaction, each infusion of money, and does it match the amount on loan paperwork? And if it does, we're going to pick it out, and we're going to look at the terms of those loans. I will not let this be the ending of the story. We're going to continue putting facts on the record. We're going to continue exposing every lie. Well, that's good, Steven. I 100% encourage you to expose every lie, because so am I. I'm going to do that. And I think the video I put out yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if the video I put out yesterday simply gets presented to the judge and say, Your Honor, we're going to let an independent journalist, we're going to admit into the record a video and a written article done by an independent journalist, and I am that. I formed a media company last year after Steven accused me of masquerading the truth. I formed a media company so that he can't pressure me the way he likes to. Sue me then. I'm operating in the free press. Sue me. Look like all these files look like they're cherry picked. They are. They absolutely. And what's going to happen is Steven's going to have to give all of this in discovery. And what Steven doesn't get is he's going to say Robert Dawson's attorneys are going to ask in discovery for the entire email chain. And if Steven says, well, I don't have the messages before and after, then their lawyers are just going to write down motion to strike, motion to suppress. The only thing missing from your video is $4 million claim, which also nobody can find the money for. Oh yeah, it's not there. We're going to pursue full accountability for the damages done to Intrepid, its employees, its creditors, its shareholders, and its community, which are vast. Yes, Steven, you guys owe between $3 and $11 million to content creators. To people that literally they can't feed their families, but they hawked and shilled your game for them. Your game for you, and you never made paying the content creators a priority. To everyone who's reached out to me and to members of the team during these last months, thank you. Your support mattered more than you know. Truly it has. As I've followed discussions across public forums, I've seen a significant amount of misinformation circulating, orchestrated by Jason Karamanis and his mouthpiece. I want to take a moment to directly address some of the most common questions and narratives so people can better understand the facts. For the last 10 years, you claimed there was no board to answer to. When did that change? Was there always a board? Were you lying? No, I did not lie. No, I did not lie. From 2015 through approximately July of 2024, the board consisted 100% of the company shareholders and myself, John, and Tom. That structure was founder-led, stable, and consistent for nearly a decade. Okay. If you want to read this, you want to share this, you can feel free. If you go to that link, that's my website link. The YouTube video that I did is right on the top if you like video. Steven says, were you lying? Historical timeline. Intrepid Studios was founded on 20th of May 2015. The Kickstarter ran from 1 May of 2017 to 2 June of 2017. In a video interview, Steven stated, in total coming to Kickstarter, I believe I've put in almost 2 million. Just about 2 million. In March of this year, Jason Karamanis filed a lawsuit. That's the lawsuit number if you want to look it up. And his filing is submitted an email from Steven to Cigar and to Karamanis. Gentlemen, attached below is Intrepid's capitalization table that I just made. We didn't have one. Date of the capitalization table is Wednesday, August 21st. John Moore is not on it. John Moore is not on this capitalization table. From 2015 through 2024, the board consisted of 100% of the company's shareholders. Okay. July of 2024, 100%. 2019, 4.4%. I'm not saying 4.4% isn't a big deal. Or is a big deal. No problem. You've sold off 4.4% of the company. But why don't you say then in your little statement here, the board consisted of 95% of the company's shareholders? 3 main questions. Why would Steven Sharif state that 2017 his total was just about 2 million when the capitalization table in May of 2015 he committed 9.5 million? So that right there, Steven doesn't remember in 2017 that he put 9.5 million into his game, or Steven doesn't remember that he made a capitalization table in 2019 that shows his contribution was 9.5 million. Why would Steven state in his own Reddit thread from 2015 through approximately July of 2024, the board consisted when John wasn't a shareholder? Why would he state 100% of the company shareholders when, based on a 14 June court case, there's the court case number if you want to look it up, that a letter was sent to Steven Sharif on 5 March 2019 exercising conversion rights? Yaya Legacy Trust is now 4.4% shareholder of Intrepid. So, which is it, Steven? It was 100% of the shareholders, or it was 95% of the shareholders? Is it a simple mistake on Sharif's part where he stated 2 million? He pauses. He attempts to remember an accurate number. I believe I put in almost 2 million. Yet 2 years later, the cap table, the civilization that should be capitalization table, it represents a substantial difference, exceeding 4 times the original stated amount. Why would you list Sean Moore as a shareholder? And then why would Trek Holdings LLC be referenced in connection with shareholder loans when you've never listed them as a shareholder? And that's why I keep this one up on the top screen. It's one thing if you have John Moore be a shareholder, but an LLC is a separate entity. If I'm a shareholder in your company, that doesn't automatically mean PGN Inc. is a shareholder in your company. Just because PGN Inc. is a shareholder in your company doesn't mean that I am. That's why you create separate legal entities. Why is Jason Karamanis not listed in the Reddit thread? But it takes us back to, I'm funding the project, so no investors. No investors. Look at how he knows that these documents are saved out there. He knows we have them. He knows he can't just start deleting these because they've been referenced and foot stomped. From 2015, for the last 10 years, their claim there was no board to answer to. No investors. When did that change? Was there always a board? Were you lying? No, I did not lie. From 2015 through approximately July 24, the board. There was no board. I did not lie. The board. There was a fucking board. And he's gonna, what I want you to realize is, this is gonna go to trial. Oh, he's such a lifetime charlatan. It really does take a talented person to be that much of a liar. Oh, I agree with you. Steven is gonna have to be on the stand. He's gonna have to be on the stand. It does take monumental struggle to keep the web alive from collapsing under the tiniest bit of scrutiny. Steven is going to have to testify. Because remember, Steven cannot introduce any of his evidence without his sworn testimony linking it. His lawyers have to submit his evidence through him. Steven is going to get fucking crushed on cross. Literally, all Dawson's lawyers have to do to prep for that is watch this logic train and say, holy shit, Jay's got it. Fuck, they can invite me out. I'll do cross. What changed in 2024 was not a normal governance evolution. It was a forced shift in control, as shown in our court filings. That shift occurred through a combination of pressure, coercion, and actions that we believe were unlawful. When I spoke publicly over the years, I described Intrepid as founder-led. That was accurate. There was no external controlling board directing the company's decisions.
No, we're not broke. No, we're not broke. No, we're not broke. No, we're not broke. No, we're not broke.
No, we're not broke. Hold on. Let me take a look at Intrepid being broke. And was Intrepid broke? I would say that an accountant is going to find you were negative, you were negative, you were negative, you were negative. Of your last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why did I skip the bottom one? Because we're still in that fiscal year. Of your last 5 fiscal years, you were in a negative for 3 of the last 5 fiscal years. Getting a headache from these exhibits. Robert, Jason, and Steven need to go back to elementary school to learn how to spell. Yeah. That situation changed. It was fundamentally different from anything that existed prior. It's not something that we voluntarily accepted. Even after 2024 takeover, it was clear that Dawson and his associates were mainly focused on consolidating control for their benefit, and a shareholders agreement was executed that preserved creative control over Ashes to myself and preserved the hiring and firing team members to myself as well. Later in 2025, Robert and the new board would trample on that contract and exercise their cohesive control to dictate both creative decisions over the project, including early access Steam launch, as well as trying to change the price of the game to a $100 box price and a $20 subscription, despite repeated and sustained protests and debate. $100 box price. I've not seen that in any of the documents. I've not seen $100 box price. Yeah, we're not broke. We've sent money to a bank in New Zealand that's not available to anybody and no tracking, but we're not broke. This is what I don't like when people start lying. And I sure that $100 box price, that AI roadmap one had something on it. It did, but it didn't have a $100 box price. I'm gonna pull that up. real quick. I don't recall it having a $100 box price. Yeah, it would have had. This is. Somebody help me out here. The math isn't mathing. Yeah, the roadmap has the $20 sub in pricing. Absolutely, it does. Absolutely, it does. In fact, what I'll do is I'll show that real quick. Yeah, the exhibit from that PowerPoint slide came from Steven's slide. It includes a gun emoji. I had that a long time ago. I've had that for 2.5 months. That's 1 million box sales, 30 million in revenue. Somebody check my math because I'm not good at public math, but doesn't that make a $30 box price? Because a $100 box price would be 100 million. They say 1 million. But now for those of you that are still, I know some of you are saying, well, if I don't care what happens as long as they put the game out, they have every intention of raising the box price to $20 a month. The fact that these slides were made by someone in Steven's camp changes it for me at least. These aren't change being pushed by the board. These are actually ideas from people in charge of development. The plus clearly means 70 million. Oh, shit. Is that what that means? Fuck. Fuck. 30 million plus another 70 million. Again, not trying to be a rude jerk, but I'm not picking it up, Steven. Despite the shareholders' agreement, he exercised control over the unlawful firing of the team without pay or benefits legally owed to them. Okay, so what's kind of fucked here, and I haven't looked over all the documents, but I'll get there. That's interesting qualifier that exists ad hoc. I don't remember hearing there's no external investors to answer to. There was. He literally, Steven, as I've shown, he said, I'm funding the project, so no investors. This is an absolute. When you make this statement right here, no investors, that means no investors. You can't, when you make an absolute statement, it's an absolute. That means Thomas, great guy, no investor. Steven had multiple other times where he said he was fully funding the project. Multiple times, Steven Sharif clearly stated, I'm funding the project. The no investors one. Yeah. He was fully funding it with other people's money. That's the rub we have. Steven Sharif was fully funding the project with other people's money. Absolutely. Why didn't you inform the community when the change happened? Because at the time, doing so would have triggered immediate consequences from Rob and company that I was trying to avoid. By that point, we were knee-deep in Rob's loan-to-own scheme. I want to stop because for those of you that don't get this, Steven's comment is loan-to-own scheme. Every loan that has collateral on it is a loan-to-own. The bank gives you money for a house. You live in it. Whose house is it? The bank's. You get a car. You drive around in it. Whose car is it? The lending agencies. That's why, yeah, taking over a company by losing 80 million doesn't make any sense. Right. But what you have to understand is he wouldn't lose 80 million. And that's where Steven is trying to confuse the population. Robert Dawson didn't make one loan to Intrepid. Robert Dawson had multiple loans to Intrepid. Jason Karamanis had multiple loans to Intrepid. Each one of those loans had debt to equity terms to it. Until you give me the equity for the debt, I can foreclose on the debt. So it's kind of like a decision tree. I start the loan. I start the loan. You either pay me or you give me shares. You pay me, we discharge the debt. You give me shares, we discharge the debt. If you don't pay me and you don't give me shares, then I foreclose and I take the assets. Obviously, in a perfect world, just so everybody is aware of what an absolute perfect world would look like. In a perfect world, when Robert Dawson redoes the Article 9 foreclosure, Microsoft comes in and buys that. Microsoft offers 10 million for it. And once Robert Dawson starts the foreclosure process, that doesn't automatically mean Robert Dawson gets the asset. It means Microsoft comes in and offers 10 million for the assets. Robert Dawson can choose to take $10 million now in exchange for his $80 million. In exchange for whatever is left on his lien, whatever's left on his loan. Or he doesn't accept it, is providing he writes the sale properly. He chooses to not accept it. But remember, Intrepid Studios doesn't get any money from the Article 9 foreclosure. The creditor calling the sale does. Now, that $6 million loan in Commerce West Bank, that gets in the way. So if Microsoft offered 10 million, Commerce West says, we'll take our 6 now, please. Robert, you get the other 4. State of California says, hold up, Robert, we're going to take our 30,000 off of this. The Small Business Administration says, hold up, we're going to take our almost 200,000 out of that. You can have what's left. But Intrepid never gets any money. I think some people are confusing bankruptcy, a bankruptcy auction, with an Article 9 sale. They are radically different processes. It had become clear the pressure was being applied in ways that directly tied my compliant behavior to the stability of the company and the well-being of the team and project. If I did not answer a text message or phone call within a moment's notice, Rob and the new board would threaten to shut down the company and leave 200 plus families without benefits or pay. Yeah, Steven, no shit, man. That's called business. I've read those, and I'll show them all as we go through. I've read all those. The problem is, if you're blowing me off and I'm your investor, I'm going to start to get pissy with you too. Now, I'm not going to threaten to break your jaw in writing, but I'm just going to foreclose on you. I'm going to be like, look, man, I'm trying to work with you. You're never picking up my calls. And Steven is a whiny bitch in one of those. He's like, I missed a text, Rob. I'm sorry, but when you owe a man $80 million, get a fucking smartwatch tied to a phone number that's only him. So when he calls, you vibrate. Well, then I'd be wearing a leash. Yeah, an $80 million leash. Going public would have been an act that, based on prior behavior, I believed would accelerate harm to the company and the employees. They demanded anonymity, as shown through recent filed exhibits, demanding to remain hidden in the background, understandably now reflecting on the gross and illegal misconduct they were orchestrating. Oh yeah, that's on a phone call. Trying to fight them was an effort in futility and ultimately landed me in the hospital with organ failure due to extreme and sustained hypertensive emergency, literally the month following their 2024 takeover, which was the height of their physical threats to me and my loved ones, as well as sustained regular coercive acts to destroy the lives of developers who I'd considered my family. Fuck you, man. Honestly, fuck you. Calling them your family, trying for sympathy points. Steven, at least 190 of those employees hate your fucking guts. At least that many. The cap table is full of BS. I just broke down the price per share and it's full of lies. 90K for Tom. Yeah, the cap. So if you're talking about the cap table and you're talking about this cap table is bunk. This cap table is absolutely bunk. Thomas puts in 2 million, but he only ever put in 1.4 million. And he got 2.2. Jason Karamanis put in 2.2 and got 4.4. But where you said the cap table is bullshit, it's not, because the cap table is based on the terms of your loan. If my loan to you says 1 million for 5% and somebody else's says 1 million for 3%, that's not bullshit. That's allowed. Because what they were doing is they weren't selling stock in the company. They were taking loans in the company, not paying them, and then their creditors were exercising conversion options. Well, each one of those creditors is going to have a different percentage. I think in one of them, the first one we're going to see, Robert Dawson offers 8 million for 3%, not to exceed 5%. But somebody else got 2% for 2 million. This was not something I ignored. I actively discussed my fears for my life and safety with attorneys, family, and trusted advisors, and will be shown in court documents. And now we have recently discovered we are not the only ones with similar fact patterns and behavior from Rob and company after having spoken with other parties and lawsuits with Rob. This was his style. What for me was a walking nightmare for him was wash, rinse, repeat. Okay, what I'm going to say is this. Steven, you're full of shit. Ready? Because let's be honest. If Steven really felt fear for his life and he was really an independent millionaire, why did Steven not hire a bodyguard out of his own money to follow him around? Because let's just say, for example, Steven said, Jay, I'm in a shit ton of trouble. I'm being physically intimidated. Okay. What do you want? I need somebody to walk around, never let me be alone with Robert Dawson or Jason Karamanis. Okay. Fly out to California, get my fingerprints taken, my background run, get my whatever their equivalent of Illinois permanent employment resident card, right? And then walk around following Steven. And when Robert says to me, excuse me, I need to talk to Steven alone, I say, I'm sorry, my contract with my client is if he's pissing, I'm standing next to him, making sure nobody grabs it. Well, I need to speak to him. I'm sorry, pound sand. My contract isn't being paid by you or your company. So you don't tell me shit. No, listen. No, you fucking listen. You ain't telling me shit. Whatever you have. Because then you change the person's demeanor. You change the person's attitude. If Robert can't physically intimidate Steven, then maybe he just calls the debt. Also, you're telling me that you were so beloved by all of your employees, you had some swole fucking turkeys working for you. Some of those dudes that worked at Intrepid, they weren't small guys. Are you telling me that when Robert Dawson came and physically intimidated you, you didn't think it might be wise to tell some of your swole turkeys to stand outside the door and yell the simple word help? Now, yes, Robert Dawson and Jason Karamanis have a background of loaning people money that probably can't pay back. We understood that going to law enforcement could potentially bring accountability, but we also had to weigh that against the very real risk that doing so would escalate the situation in ways that could result in immediate and severe consequences, either to the company itself or to the individuals involved. This created a situation with no clean outcome. Act immediately and risk triggering the collapse of the company. Attempt to go along with the demands, try to manage the situation, buy time, and protect the team as long as possible. For what, dude? You did not have control of your company. You did not have control of the company. The money coming in was going to go to Robert. Given that Karamanis seems to be friends of the family, I have a hard time believing that Steven knew nothing about his background. You're right. Yeah, I was so afraid of my life about golden spoons with company money to protect myself, even though General Sherman's son stated those spoons aren't, or grandson or whatever. Karthos is the other history buff. He checked that down. Sherman's golden spoons is a well-known antiquity fraud. He didn't have golden spoons. Steven should know beggars can't be choosers. You choose to take the money because nobody else was giving you anything. Right. iDream Sky didn't want to deal with you. My.com didn't want to deal with you. Yeah, the judge already warned. I covered that one. The decision came with extreme personal costs, but at the time I believed the path that gave the team and the project the best chance of survival. The evidence shown in my most recent filings, both through witness testimony and contemporaneous texts and emails, is not even a fraction of their unlawful conduct and threats and discussion around them and constraints we were operating under. The board, through their agent, Jason Karamanis, claims you didn't finance the project and misappropriated funds. Can you address that? That claim is completely false and is contradicted by the record. Let's see here. That is false. General suspicious activity. Can you guys see that well enough? Probably not. Yeah. Away. Go away. General suspicious activity, $2 million. Unclassified cash flows, $32 million. Unsupported transactions, $19 million. Steven Sharif related, $1.656 million. Direct payments to Steven Sharif, $41,000, even though he said he wasn't taking a salary. Reimbursements to Steven Sharif, $9,000, unclassified as to what? Loans to Steven Sharif, $362,524. Personal expenses via Steven Sharif, $5,400, Warhammer figurines. John Moore related, $16,000. Transfers to John Moore, $5.2 million. Loans to John Moore, $2.917 million. Ghost employees, $75,000. Excessive meals, $307,000. $64 million. $64.8 million. A third of the money that flows through Intrepid isn't properly accounted for. But Jay, you don't have the background to make that statement. But I do, because I was an auditor for the Air Force. I was a contracting officer representative. I know how to balance a ledger. I managed the money at a 8-figure company. This ledger is dog shit. This ledger isn't, in my opinion, does not meet the minimum IRS requirements for validity. What I mean by that is, in real simple, and once I get done cleaning this up, I'll make it available, but I have to continue to do some more diligence on it. Deposit, check, no check number, no check number, no check number. Deposit, check, transfer to Trek Holdings, shareholder distributions, which you can't even do. Outgoing wire, check. What? Outgoing wire? Isn't that assuming the ledger is even accurate in the first place? This is a ledger from Intrepid Studios, but there has to be some level of accuracy to this ledger Because if there was no accuracy to it, I wouldn't be able to find certain things that I know happened. Like, I can find 1.4 million of Thomas Alakazin's investments, and we know he was an investor. So we're missing the other 600,000. There's some things that we know happened, but like you'll see right here, you have a check, and then you have this called check, and it's a positive number. This shouldn't even be called check. This shouldn't say outgoing wire because it's a deposit. This should say incoming wire. This should say income. This should say EW or IWT, incoming wire transfer. This over here should have a memo that it's coming from this account. But even better, why did you wipe the Chase checking account completely? Right? Why would you ever zero out a bank account? Most corporate accounts have a minimum balance. Let me see if I can get that number real quick. What is the minimum balance for a Chase corporate account? The minimum daily balance required to waive the $15 monthly service fee on a Chase business account is $2,000. So, it can also be waived through $2,000 in monthly Chase Payment Solutions deposits. But you should never zero out an account, ever. Because if something you haven't accounted for bounces against the account, what it looked like they were doing is maximizing average daily balance so they could leverage more loans. Moving money out to boost up another account to get a loan. Yes, see, there you go. Somebody else got there. What they were doing is it looks to me, I'm not saying this is what they were doing, it looks to me what they were doing was they knew it's not a move to immediately back in. Because you see that it was moved out of Chase Checking 5332 and it was moved into Mutual of Omaha, as I believe that is Mutual of Omaha. And then they do this with multiple Chase accounts. And as you can see, number one, this is a check, but it's listed as a positive. It should be a deposit. Number two, because you'll notice that I have this as unclassified cash outflows and then unexplained income. I understand as an accounting person that this should probably not be labeled as income. Before I'm willing to trust anything based on the ledger, I want to see the one from the court filings. Dawson Karamata should put their money where their mouth is. Stephen released... Let me stop you for a second over there on YouTube. I'm going to put this up on the screen because I don't think that you have a good understanding of how the court system works. Let me stop you with something, because you're overly adversarial here, because you're saying Dawson Karamata should put their money where their mouth is. They have. Or did you not know that? Because you're being overly adversarial, and what I'm going to give you just the free advice of, Karamanis already has. So you kind of look like a jackass right now. Because you say, before I'm willing to trust anything, I want to see the ones from the court filing. Okay. I'm not there yet. But you say, Stephen released sworn statements. Yeah. And the judge has already admonished Stephen Sharif, as the plaintiff, that he's not been entirely truthful. The judge has already said that. The judges literally already had to tell both attorneys, I expect you to control your clients. And that's right. That's right here. There's so much inconsistent information before me. I just want to remind everyone of what I said at the beginning. Perhaps the misinformation comes from what your client, for the plaintiffs is telling you. Perhaps clients for the defense is saying something else. You said you wanted to see stuff from lawsuits. Cool. I have that too. Here's the letter from Karamanis' lawyer saying 4.4 investment. Here's the letter from Stephen to Karamanis' lawyer showing the capitalization table. But it's cool. If you want to see that, we can jam with that. Let me switch over to Acrobat. Here is Jason Karamanis' lawsuit against Stephen Sharif, John Moore, and Intrepid Studios. You said you wanted to see sworn statements. Karamanis's is way better formatted. Karamanis has all the filings. For value received the note on the 20th of February, promises within 1 year of funding, the maturity date is $2 million. Okay. February 20th, 2017. February 20th, 2000. Oh, sorry. Wrong 20th. February 20th, 2017. There's no deposit. Jason Karamanis, Stephen Sharif. Intrepid Studios hereby makes this note on February 20th, 2017 and promises to pay within 1 year Jason Karamanis $2 million at 20%. Where's the money? So obviously, this first piece, let me bump over to, I've got as I do that, I might as well just grab this one real quick. Let me take off let me pull this one over. But you're right. But remember, you say Stephen provided sworn statements. So did Jason Karamanis. Jason Karamanis presented loan paperwork. And what damns Stephen is that it's not there. That loan is not reflected in the ledger. The question is, why? Maybe this isn't the complete ledger. Absolutely. I believe Jason has stated money would go to Stephen's personal account, sometimes from investors. Right, but here's the problem with that. That's illegal. That's illegal. So, now, what you get is several days later, a note payable creditor deposit, but $1 million. $1 million. Or I'm sorry, 500,000. So that's 500,000 of $1 million. There's the rest of that year, there's not another $500,000 in payments. Also, the way they have their ledger conjoined, they made $2.97 million in sales, Kickstarter. Immediately, 150,000 of that goes to John Moore's account. Transfer to savings 2909. But you have a transfer to, Chase checking, Chase savings. So that's transfer from 5332. Transfer to 2909. Why do you have your ledger set up this way? Why is your ledger set up done this way? Because this isn't how your ledger should be set up at all. If you're using the accrual method of accounting, your ledger shouldn't be like this, period. The IRS is going to turn around and say, precisely what the shit are you doing? Your ledger should be set up and it should look like this. This is how your ledger should look if you're taking in loans. So what you have is you have the date, the description, loan funding. The account is your cash account, and it's fine to call your account your cash account. You're debited $1 million. Why are you debited? I thought you took a deposit. Because that's how the accrual method tracks cash. It's a debit. Then your notes payable is a credit. Because you're never going to have this whole master ledger up at the same time. When you're working on notes payable, you're only going to be in the notes payable ledger. When you're on the cash, the main flow, you're going to put all your entries in on the main flow in QuickBooks. If you're doing this manually, it works completely different. What you're going to do is you're going to put everything on the cash ledger field, but you're going to properly document it, what it is by accounting code. And then it's going to bump it onto the other ones. That's why you'll notice notes payable Robert loan. Because now if I need to look up the Robert loan, I sort that account. It shows me how much was credited, how much has been debited against it, how much have I paid back. But you'll also notice that I have a line there that says interest expense 10,000, note payable 40,000. Cash, 50,000. It's because I made a payment of $50,000. 10,000 of it is interest. 40,000 of it is on the principal. So now when I pull up all the loans, everything will line up properly, and I can say, where the fuck's my money? I feel like I'm in that scene in Bad Boys 2 where the guy's like, there's fucking money everywhere, clean it up. I don't think anybody knows where Robert's money is. I don't think anybody knows that. But now that I have, I've moved into that piece. So we've got the first one that's not done right. We know the first one's not done right. We have an agreement. Let me get rid of this. We have an agreement for $2 million. The principal amount of the loan is $2 million. As much of that sum may be advanced under this line of credit with interest. Oh, so this was up to $2 million. Or much of that sum as may be advanced in the line. So that's fine. But where they don't do a really clean job of it is properly documenting it. So how is anybody supposed to know? That's why Robert had to sue them to see the books. Borrower, right? Borrower, another set of loans. Secured party shall be allowed to file a UCC 1 against the borrower pursuant to this agreement. So I'm allowed. Secured party requires that as security for the repayment, a lien and ownership interest in the following assets may be executed upon the event of default. Such lien and security should allow a secured party the full right to sell any and all assets that are listed as collateral below. So this is where Stephen is saying all these things that they did were force or coercion. They're not. You literally grant of security interest. All assets belonging to the borrower, all proceeds of the foregoing, whether voluntary or involuntary. You're going to see Stephen make a comment where they tried to move the Steam money into an account not held by Intrepid. They can do that. All proceeds. All proceeds. It doesn't exclude the Steam proceeds. Now, you could have written it in there. All proceeds except Steam proceeds. All obligations of the borrower, each borrower obligation, blah, blah, blah. This is all standard legal mumbo jumbo shit. Stephen is saying that this isn't a valid document. Stephen Sharif, CEO / president of Intrepid Studios. You signed it, right? You signed it, boss. You signed it. In witness whereof, borrower has caused this agreement to be duly executed as of the date first above written. Borrower, Stephen Sharif. I don't know where Stephen's idea is that what they did to him wasn't legal. No, I don't know. That's why I'm saying we shouldn't even be using it. Why? Why would I not use the ledger when I just showed you? So if you don't know where it came from, how can you declare it's from a biased party? That's self-defeating argument. Right. It doesn't. Where did this QuickBook come from? This QuickBook came from Jason Karamanis, which was given to Jason by Ryan Ogden, who was for a period of time the CFO at Intrepid Studios. Yeah. Stephen also helped the legitimacy of the ledger with an exhibit one of his filing. It showed a timestamp for a $5 million transfer, and it's on the ledger. So we'll get there. If you want to believe the ledger isn't completely valid, I don't believe it's completely valid, but as we go through Stephen's exhibits, we're going to get there. And there's enough overlap that it makes the ledger at least partially accurate. The board, through their
In total, coming to Kickstarter.
The board, through their agent, Jason Karamanis, claims you didn't finance the project and misappropriated funds. Over the lifetime of the project, we invested millions of dollars of our own capital. Interesting. I can find $0 of John Moore or Stephen Sharif other than 200. Personally guaranteed the loans. This line is true. John Moore did personally guarantee the loan from Commerce West Bank for $6 million. He was the personal guarantor on him. Used our equity and Intrepid to attain additional convertible debt. Okay, this line is true, but it's misleading. Stephen or John or both had equity in Intrepid Studios, the same way I have equity in PGN. When I created PGN, I created 10,000 shares and I gave it to myself for $10. Right, whom we know are on one side of the suit, right? But here's the thing. If Stephen submits evidence, because you say Stephen submitted sworn evidence, and his sworn evidence is on the ledger, then what are you saying? Is what you're trying to say that Ryan Ogden deliberately deleted stuff off of the ledger, but the stuff that Stephen submits ironically is on the ledger? Because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to say we can spot check the ledger against Stephen's evidence and the spot check lines up, but we're not going to trust the ledger even though Stephen's evidence is on the ledger. Well, nobody is saying the ledger is perfect, but I think there's a problem with not looking at the ledger for what it is. Extended millions in personal credit to support the operating expenses for over a decade. I'm not saying that they didn't extend millions in personal credit. But what I am saying is that when I look at it, they were moving money in and out of the company without proper documentation to the tune of approximately $52.227 million of unclassified or unsupported transactions. Why does Stephen say the ledger is a lie rather than it's missing information? He makes it seem like there's false line items. Because Stephen doesn't want people like me to be able to pick apart the ledger and then call him out on DoorDash or Miniatures, or taking people to the hotel, taking people to Vegas, or buying, like normally in a ledger, when you take a plane trip, in your memo field, you put a reminder note of what it was. Stephen's trip to Gamescom. Stephen's trip to PAX West. Jeff Bard's trip to PAX West. Money that went to New Zealand. The Bank of New Zealand was your contractor, because that's not how you document that. This was not passive involvement. It was continuous financial support and personal risk. We put everything we had on the line to bring the project to life, and we took care of our team as if they were our own family, and in many ways they were. And not in some corpo speak bullshit. We love the studio and community we built together. Yeah, so much that you spent almost $7,000 on Magic cards. When I resigned on January 19th, the board immediately asked me to return and made offers that included doubling my equity and incentives. The offers were contingent on the ongoing cooperation to proceed with their unlawful activity. It became apparent to me that during those negotiations, the board was engaged in buying time and attempting to complete their unlawful theft of Steam funds to TFE. I want to remind them, the board controls the money because the board controls the company. I got permabanned by Steven on the Ashes commenting about the ledger. Yeah. And even despite my resignation, I tried my best to protect the people I cared about. I told the board to contact the bank and inform them to preserve health insurance and not to terminate employees without pay. I worked behind the scenes with the leaders that remained to try and blunt the board's impact to the team with their illegal pursuits. Yeah, but you knew about it in December and you didn't tell anybody. And before anybody says, how do you know Steven knew about it in December? That's real simple. Steven knew about this in December and gave nobody any forewarning. That's Steven's picture at the top of this image. And that's Robert Dawson saying that they're gonna do this. So Steven knew more than a month in advance. It does not make logical sense that I was both responsible for the company's financial collapse and simultaneously someone they urgently wanted back to lead the company just days before they shut it down. Those two positions cannot both be true. Some critical thinking here is required. It's also important to note as evidence, this is their MO as shown by in concurrent litigation by completely separate parties alleging near identical patterns. The most recent having filed last month in Florida State Court. This is irrelevant. I'm sorry, but that's irrelevant. Just because this is how they do business doesn't mean it's illegal. You have to prove illegality before you can say this is their behavior. Why couldn't an agreement be reached? Why was the company shut down? Because the underlying issues was not a business disagreement. It was a fundamental disagreement over their efforts to conduct an illegal foreclosure and abscond with the valuable trade secrets of Intrepid for their own benefit while leaving 200 plus families and other creditors in the dust. Steven, you did that when you ran this company into the ground by taking meal after meal after meal after meal that left the company further and further and further in debt. I don't know, because Steven says up to 2024. Up to 2024, it was a board controlled by his people. Cool. What I'm going to show you is, again, from the ledger. If you don't want to believe the ledger, you don't want to believe the ledger. But let me show you the ledger. Now, these numbers aren't going to line up in order because I'm only pulling out the meals. But each one of those meals in the amount column that leads the balance column to be negative, the IRS is going to ask the question, why are you paying for business meals when your company's insolvent? If Karamanis legitimately believes that this ledger is damning, submit it as part of evidence in the suit. He doesn't have to. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna stop you over there on YouTube. You don't know what you're talking about. Jason Karamanis can't submit evidence that Jason Karamanis can't testify to the authenticity of. Jason Karamanis is suing Intrepid Studios. Jason will get the actual ledger in discovery. That way, he's not going to submit a document that he wasn't privy to. Now, if Jason Karamanis and Ryan Ogden were suing Intrepid Studios, that would be a little different. Jason Karamanis doesn't have to submit the ledger because he submits his loan documents. That's it. That's all he has to do. Also, I want to remind you, you keep saying they're one side of it. They're not one side of it. They're the other side of it, because remember, in Nevada, Steven's the defendant. In Nevada, Steven's the defendant, not the plaintiff. Dawson, and they chose to litigate in Nevada. I don't believe Nevada is the right venue. I believe California is, because Intrepid Studios is a California C corporation. But you're making it sound like we can't trust anything that comes out of Ogden or Karamanis or Dawson because they're not sworn statements. But I've already showed you, Karamanis did submit sworn statements. He has his own lawsuit going on. Also, I don't believe I don't believe Karamanis is party to the Sharif lawsuit at all. So you're like, why doesn't you keep saying, why doesn't Karamanis do this or do that in response to this lawsuit? I'm sorry you don't have a background in law. Why would Jason Karamanis submit anything in this lawsuit? He's not listed. He's not involved here. So what are you expecting him? Why would you be expecting anything from Robert Dawson here when Robert Dawson is suing all of those people here? I think you need to really dial down your opinion, because it's an opinion derived from ignorance and lack of understanding. Do I have a background in law? I do. Not a good one. I've run my own businesses for 26 years. I've been a C-level officer at an 8-figure company, and I was pre-law. So, Jason has the ledger now. Ryan Ogden was CFO for more than a year. Do you really think he doesn't have the full ledger? Jason Karamanis cannot submit the ledger as evidence. He cannot submit it. No, he's not CFO. Ryan Ogden is not the CFO. So that shows me again, you're speaking from a place of ignorance. So I don't know why you're doubling down on wrong statements. And I don't know why people do this. Like, you know you're wrong and you're going to double down and continue to be wrong. That confuses me. That confuses me greatly. Hold on, I have to edit this because it's got their personal address on it. So you keep saying Ryan is the CFO. Ryan's not the CFO. John Moore is the CFO. So, and again, I think the piece you're missing is that Jason Karamanis cannot submit the ledger because he cannot swear to the authenticity of the ledger. He is suing Intrepid Studios. He will demand the ledger in discovery. And then, if they don't seal that case, we would have it. Wasn't one of Steven's exhibit was a correction sent because he claimed Ogden was really CFO? Well, the problem, in one of the evidence, we'll get there. One of the things Steven said is he wants the record corrected because he's not the CEO anymore and John's not the CFO anymore. Steven quotes a bunch of statements, but he doesn't know what the hell he's quoting because they're not required to update that form for 12 months. That it specifically says in their code, you're not required to update that form for 12 months. Which again, I don't understand why California allows that. It talks about the information being stale. Are any of these people going to end in jail, or are they just selling? I will tell you, because of what Steven has done, how he treated the employees, how he's not being a man, He's not taking ownership for his responsibilities. I've reported this to the Attorney General of California, and I did so hoping that the Attorney General of California would lock it down for criminal investigation, because a criminal investigation accounting would be the best evidence in the class action suit. From June 24, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? I literally just fucking showed you you're wrong. Like, are you deliberately just trolling me now? Are you deliberately trolling? I just showed you. You're not correct. I'll do it one more time just for you, because you're going to say, well, you didn't show the whole form. I'll show the whole form. How about that? Ready? I'll show the whole form. Because I swear, man, sometimes people, I gotta redact out their addresses. So give me a minute while I mock this up, and I'll take off the addresses. The only thing I'm taking off is addresses. I'm not taking off anything else, just because. And by the way, you should never be filing your paperwork with your personal address on it once you've established the company. You should establish the company once through a PO box and submit everything else through the PO box. I learned that one the hard way. So you keep saying from 20 whatever forward, Ryan was the CFO. Okay? You keep saying that. Filed December 30th, 2025. Stephen Sharif, John Moore. No, you didn't. I have the No, this is the document right the motherfucker in front of you. It's right in front of you. I'm showing it to you. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Here, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes we have the people who are, they just gotta be fucking, they gotta ice skate uphill. California Secretary of State, search Intrepid Studios. John Moore, agent, Intrepid Studios, established 2015. Click. Initial filing date, 5/20/2015. Active, good, down. Statement of information due, not due until May next year. View history. December 30th, 2025. If I hit download, it will pop up this document, except it won't be redacted. No, you're departing because you're fucking wrong factually. You literally just said, I have the doc in front of me. You're running around spreading misinformation. Yeah, you got busted out being the liar you are. That's why you're leaving, because you're running around being a fucking liar. We don't need that. You're like, you don't have the right document. How the fuck do I not have the right document? You little bitch. There's the control ID. There's the filing date. What document don't I have then? I'm at the top of the motherfucking page. There's nothing else here. Expand all only opens them. There's no more here. See, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I can't deal with stupid fucking people. This is why I'll never be a popular streamer, because people want to run off at the mouth, because it's easy to be an ignorant fool. Just shut your fucking mouth and realize, damn, Jay's got it. There's a video clip that I'm going to include in a lot of shit because it's hilarious as fuck, right?
Holy shit, let me let you cook. Holy shit, let me let you cook. Holy shit, let me let you cook.
Let me cook, bitch, because I'm gonna cook you. And the more of these, the more Stephen Sharif sycophants try to change it, because I'm being completely objective when I present the information. I'm saying, yeah, that's not right. That's not right. The Article 9 sale was wrong. But when people are coming in and be like, you don't have the right document. But then I showed that I pulled, like, so you have a document that the state of California doesn't have? Okay, so where were we? The board was intent on proceeding with actions that I believed violated the California wage laws. This is true. Violated Warren Act. This is true. Involved concealing material actions from the senior creditor lender, Commerce West, while attempting to take control of company assets, including funds held through Steam. This is true, but Steven has a conflict of interest here. Because Steven wanted the money from Steam to go to Commerce West Bank because Commerce West Bank is the note holder on the house that he was selling. And there's a lien on to my knowledge, there was a lien on the house. I don't know if there was, but to the best of my knowledge, I believe there was a lien on the house, but they moved that piece of property a bunch of time, and Steven has 4 general liens on him. John Moore had some general liens on him. By the way, a lien isn't a levy. Those are 2 different things. These were actions that carried real legal ethical consequences that despite my best efforts, I was unable to dissuade the board from pursuing. Dusty is streaming right now that saying that Pathways Bank foreclosed on Steven and John because Rob moved the note to his bank from Commerce West. Well, that would be illegal. I don't think Robert Dawson is going to risk losing his fucking bank because you can't move a note from bank to bank. And that the amount of fuckwit that if Dusty said that, you're going to have to clip that shit and send it to me because I'm going to have to get out crayons to figure out that transfer. Can he buy the note from West Bank? Yes. His bank could buy the note from West Bank. But somebody would turn around and say, you are breaching your fiduciary duty as the owner of the bank by using your bank for personal entanglement because you're the chairman of Intrepid Studios, you're the senior shareholder, you're the junior creditor, you're the chairman of the board, and now you're involving your bank, which, no, somebody would turn around and say, you can't do that. Yeah, that's fine. He can read Steven's countersuit. People can go to him if they want. If people go to a poll smoker's opinion, that's fine. But we're not doing the whole. If you're on Steven's side in all of this, after everything that I've been able to show, then you want to be on Steven's side because you want the clout. You want to hold on to the lion's share of the loyalists. As a CEO and board member, I had fiduciary duties to the company, its employees, its creditors, and its shareholders. I cannot participate in actions that I believed breached those duties. When the situation escalated from internal financial disputes to actions that would directly harm employees by terminating them with their wages, benefits, 401k contributions, or healthcare, and commit bank fraud with a federally backed loan, at that point an agreement was no longer possible. Well, the problem is, Steven, you saying this right here, you better make sure that your bank loan was 4646. Because if your bank loan wasn't on the up and up, why did you resign? Because it was the only meaningful leverage I had left. By that stage, I had already pushed back for months on multiple issues, financial and strategic. Those efforts did nothing to change the direction. They'd already succeeded in taking over. Their scheme had worked, and I found myself powerless. When it became clear, I had 2 options. Remain in place or remove myself and refuse to legitimize them. I chose to resign, and since then, I've decided to pour my heart, soul, and what remaining capital I can muster to the pursuit of justice, not for myself, but for my developers and the community who spent the last 10 years in pursuit of bringing Ashes to life. I also understood that the project depended heavily on the existing leadership team. Several senior leaders and I stepping away would materially impact their ability to continue executing the plan they had in place. My hope was that this final die cast, they would have no choice but to back down from their unlawful actions, but I underestimated how far they would go. It was not a decision I took lightly. Why did you approve the Steam Early Access? And why did you say the company wasn't out of money? Because based on the information I was given at the time, the company was not out of money. Okay, hold on. He did that Dusty loan. Why is this sorted this way? Son of a beach. Format, data, sort range, column B. When did he do that Dusty Y interview? Top of December, right? So I don't know exactly. Here, let's do this. Since I don't know exactly when he did that Dusty interview, what I'll do is I'll show the majority of December. How did you not know that you were broke? It's funny that people here that are saying Dusty has bad takes and people... Dusty doesn't have bad takes. Dusty has a bias. My understanding of Dusty, and this could be wrong, is that Dusty relies on his content creator income to support his life, which is a noble profession. But when you need the money... For example, when I stopped covering Ashes, I dropped from $1,200 to $1,500 a month in Twitch income to about $50. I get it. If he's living on his content creator money, I get it. But he has a bias then, because I don't make any money on doing this. I don't give a shit. All the money I get from this goes to PGN Music or charity. How did Steven not know that they were broke? They were operating in the red. Now, again, this is assuming this is a complete ledger. But at the same time, you had... I don't even know how to make sense of what they were doing here. Deposit, 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 with absolutely nothing in the third column. And the third column is kind of important. This highlighted column is what the fuck it is. Deposit from whom? Deposit, Stripe clearing, PayPal clearing, that should say sales. Because that is your tax obligation. That is what you owe Epic. But what the hell were you making money on in December? Where was this money coming from? What was it? But Steven says they weren't broke. Now, you said, did Steven have access to the ledgers? If the CEO of the company does not have access to the view version of the ledger, then the CEO should resign immediately, because what you are is you're the fall guy. It's kind of like when I do a CPI event for a company, I'm kind of like Ben Affleck from The Accountant. I walk in and I'm like, I need the last 10 years of books. How long have you been CFO? 15 years. I'm gonna need the last 15 years of the books. Why? Because I can't do my job telling you where you're bleeding money if I can't see where the money's going. How can you be the CEO and not have access to the ledger, to the journal, to the books? Key sales deposited around the time before Steam launch. Yeah, that's probably what it is, but you don't have it labeled that way. Dusty considered Steven his bud. Dusty had planned on the rest of his career on Ashes of Creation being a big hit. What did I miss? Is it being said John? No, John wasn't the CFO again until the end of the month. But, based on the information I was given at the time, the company was not out of money. Okay, I get that John, or that Steven is trying to, Steven is trying to show a lot of things. But I'm going to show you where even this ledger isn't put together right. If I show you this column, right? I show you this notes payable column, and I show you $124 million. And then I show you the liabilities column. This column has got to be equal to or greater than notes payable. And it's $2 million. Every note payable is a liability because every note payable is money that you owe. They go in twice, but they go in on different ledgers, on different pages, because you track you track this, right? You track $1 million come in. You have $1 million come in, and that isn't income. It's inflow. And that's important because this is taxed and this is not. But then when you discharge, when you have this, your company doesn't have $124 million. Your company has a negative $124 million. But Jay, we got the money. You're right. In your cash account, you have $124 million to spend. But in your liabilities tab, you have $124 million plus interest to pay back. So your company's not worth $124 million here. Your company is worth a negative $124 million here. They sold shares. And if I was Jason Karamanis, I would be pissed off, right? I would be pissed off. Jason Karamanis bought shares of stock. It's in his first filing. He bought shares of stock. Every transaction has to have at least one debit and one credit, and together they must zero out when you're talking about notes payable. When you're talking about notes payable, sales will not have a debit in and a debit out. But that's because the person on YouTube over there, Lady V over there, sales will not have to. But yes, every note payable transaction has to have a liability attached because that's not your money. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Now again, this isn't necessarily a complete ledger. And I'm not saying this is a definitive ledger, but I'm saying enough things. I heard Riot Games considered acquiring Ashes for $250 million. Okay. Because Steven censored that, he didn't give a good rundown. Riot wasn't interested in acquiring Ashes of Creation. Riot was considering acquiring Intrepid Studios Incorporated and then acquiring, if they couldn't acquire Intrepid Studios Incorporated, they wanted to contract Intrepid Studios to build their game instead of Ashes. And when that didn't happen, they walked away from it. And this is from a person inside Intrepid who I trust, because it's from a person who couldn't stand me for a period of time. And when a person doesn't like you and they still want to give you information, that's saying something. While there are ongoing discussions about cash flow constraints, those were consistently followed by direct assurances, often communicated verbally and in direct contradiction of the preceding text exchanged just moments earlier, that funding through completion had been secured to the tune of more than $12 million in operating funds, not including expected Steam revenues. It was represented to me and multiple team member leads that approximately $12 million cash would be available as of February 1st, as shown in our recent filings. Oops, where the fuck did you go? Creditors were told that the company had sufficient funding to reach a September MVP launch as cited from 3 separate witness declarations by other creditors and investors in today's filings. A what? A what, motherfucker? A what? One of your top senior people has already told me there was no fucking way they were launching by September with only $12 million. Based on those representations, there was no indication that the company was facing an immediate shutdown. The decision to close the company after I and other senior leaders refused. Okay, Steven, what I want to remind you there, Bubba, what I want to remind you is you got caught in a lie. You just caught yourself in a lie. And this is where the judge is going to look at your evidence. And I don't know if this one is in their evidence, but if it is, Steven caught himself in a lie. Creditors were told on January 14th the company had sufficient money. It was represented to me that the money would be available as of 12 February, but Robert Dawson is talking about closing up the company, and there's your pretty little icon at the top of this. So Steven knew about this. They were already talking. Creditors were told on a January 14th call the company had sufficient funds. Which company? You left that out. Because what you left out were creditors were told, which creditors? There was a plan to shed the $80 million in debt, go over to TFE Games Holdings, finish the game there, and then launch it? Because I think you're leaving that piece of the story out. Creditors were told on January 14th that the company had sufficient funding, but on the 16th, they moved the asset. By the way, so everybody knows why Steven Sharif resigned. Steven Sharif did not resign because he didn't like how things were going. I have been told by a trusted source inside Intrepid Studios, Steven resigned when he was told he wasn't getting any equity in TFE Games Holdings because he couldn't prove he had put any equity into Intrepid Studios, and that unless he could prove definitively where his $4 million was, by the way, not 55, not 2, not 9.5, $4 million was, he would only get performance-based equity. The explanation that a shutdown was caused by Steam funds being frozen does not align with internal communications, which are now available exhibits in federal court filings. They did not expect I would challenge their actions as aggressively and successfully as I have. You haven't been successful, you little twerp. The only thing you won in any of this was they got admonished that the Article 9 sale wasn't proper, and you got a TRO that is now expired because it was set to expire the day of the preliminary injunction hearing. Okay, so I'm sorry that took us 2.5 hours to go through. I went down one rabbit hole with the idiot. What I am going to do is I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we are going to go down this court case. I'm gonna get rid of this background as well. I'm not digging this background. It's the wrong background. I'm gonna ditch this background because it's distracting me. I'm gonna take a real quick break, and then we're gonna cover this. And by the way, since these are legal filings, I don't care about public exposure. I'm gonna assume that everything here can be shown in public because there is a seal order on this, and if they didn't choose to redact their documents, that's all on them. I'll be right back. All right. There's no way Steven's lawyer signed off on this, right? Like, what professional, serious lawyer would let him post these statements? Karthos, Steven's Reddit thread is so bad that I showed it to a couple of legal friends of mine, and they said, holy shit, he's gonna get his ass sued for libel, slander, defamation of character. There's no way. There's no way his lawyer said, go ahead and post that. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna cheat on my diet one more. Here, one more. He was the guild leader on the best guild in Arcade using his mom's credit card. I think he was using his credit card at that point. But he did try to buy Neck Rage. I think there's a bunch of shady things happening on both sides. Do we agree? Yes. But Steven's shady things are outright borderline criminal. Spending company money on magic cards, gifts, taking your entire team to Vegas, flights that have no accounting. As the CEO, I don't get how you can how you can even remotely pay yourself as an independent contractor. And I'm not joking that he did this. It is very difficult. But let me show you a couple of really concerning entries in their ledger, in a ledger. I don't know if this is the ledger. Number one, you can't send money internationally this way. This is shit like the FBI and the CIA start to ask questions. Why? Because we have no idea what the fuck you did with this money, and your ledger doesn't tell anybody. You also sent money to Israel. The bank is not your contractor. Unless the bank is your contractor, chances are the bank is not your contractor. Yeah, you have it labeled as foreign contractor, which is correct, but the memo line better be an invoice number, a contract number, something. You put nothing on the memo line. How did you not put anything on the memo line? It's unreal. He's got loans to his mother. I don't understand. I don't understand how anybody would allow you to run your company this way. Like, no 1099 probably points to information. No 1099. No, that's no 1099, not a 1099 contractor, because they have no 1099 on a bunch of things. Good guess, but that's not where that data should be. That's your split number. That's your accounting code. That's not the information code, because remember, your split code is your accounting code. There, you can pull all, what is that, 59,000 codes, but now you're going to have a bunch of things coded 59,000 with no memo indicator. That's not good. That's not good. It's not good at all. I would probably put employee name or number. Yeah. Not only I probably would, I definitely would. I definitely would put the employee number without a doubt. And then this is where Steven's gonna find himself with his nuts in the vice. Let me put the filter. Sorry, this sheet is still a work in progress, so I don't have everything queuable the way I want it. Clear. Sharif. Steven's gonna have to explain this one. And ready? There's not a lot of scenarios where I can even imagine how this works. Stephen Sharif, subcontractor services. Yeah, when you're treating company funds as your personal bank account, you don't want lots of info recorded. Stephen Sharif is a subcontractor for Intrepid Studios, but I thought Stephen said, I'm not taking a salary. So, how is that? How is that even, even allowed? Checking with my accountant, because just laughing, I asked my accountant, can I pay myself as a subcontractor out of Paradox? And he said, fuck no, you can't. And I said, why not? And he was like, because you're the only, how do you independently contract? What the fuck? Could somebody go to the Ashes of Creation Discord for me real quick and check I cannot search for by user on the Discord anymore. What's going on with my Discord? Oh, that's it. I must be having a specific problem with Discord. Let me try. Let me reload this. I think I'm stuck. No, I think my Discord is stuck in streamer mode, and that it doesn't allow you to search that way when you're in streamer mode. Okay, yeah. It was stuck in streamer mode. Steven talked about payroll. And how he wasn't paying himself a salary. And oh, here it is. So, Steven, contractor services, contractor services. I don't take a salary, I just be paying taxes on my own money again. Let's see. I guess it could be like he spent personal money somehow and wanted to get that money back, like server cost. That would require at least some reference to a bill or invoice. If he would want to argue that, still subcontract service is an odd grouping to put something like that in. It's also would be odd to be getting that money in 2019. If you're talking about early startup money. Now, if Steven had done what I had said, and if Steven had started Stephen Sharif Creative Writing, then he could have paid himself a licensing fee, but he wouldn't be paying it to himself. He would be paying it to his company. So, there's a lot. There's a lot of garbage here. I am the chief executive officer. I'm the former CEO and former member of the board. And I'm currently a shareholder of Intrepid. I brought this lawsuit both on my own behalf and a derivative on behalf of Intrepid as a shareholder. All facts set forth in this declaration are my own personal knowledge and are believed by me to be true. If called as a witness, I could and would testify competently as to all facts set forth herein. I submit this declaration in support of plaintiff's motion to appoint receiver. Mr. Dawson introduced Intrepid and ensuring loan to own scheme. Jason Karamanis, one of Intrepid's existing lenders. Okay, so hold on, ready? This is the shit that I'm talking about, Steven. Existing lenders. You're claiming that they were only an existing lender. Why? You know for a fact. You sneaky bitch. You know for a fact that they're not just a lender. You know for a fact you sent an email to a lawyer claiming the Yaya Legacy Trust, which Jason Karamanis is the trustee for, was a shareholder, not a lender. You know this because you had received a letter in March of 2019 and the Yaya Legacy Trust exercised its conversion rights. So there, right there, Steven's like, oh, the truth will come out. Steven, you lied in a fucking court document. One of Intrepid's existing lenders and longtime business associate of Robert Dawson introduced Intrepid and me to Mr. Dawson. Introduced Intrepid. Hi, Intrepid. On March 23rd, Mr. Dawson executed a convertible promissory note to Intrepid in the amount of $8 million, which was unsecured. This was Mr. Dawson's first investment. Even though the note was executed on March 23rd, Mr. Dawson requested the note be backdated to November 23rd, 2020. Attached here to as Exhibit 1 is a true and correct copy of an email thread dated March 21st. Okay, so Exhibit 1. Rob's bank processed the wire yesterday afternoon. Kindly confirm receipt when you get a chance. Okay. 2022. March, or is that May? No, that's March 25th. So. Okay. I want to show you that we've got some fuckery going on here. Here's the fuckery. Deposit on March 24th. Rob's bank processed the wire yesterday afternoon. The 24th for $5 million. But the loan was for $8 million. Where's the other $3 million? I'm not saying this ledger is a complete ledger, but I'm saying there's something odd about the fact that you have the ledger, right? Or we have a ledger, and yet it's only for a part of the loan. Which means you manually entered this in such a way as to not have all 8 million hit the main cash account of Intrepid Studios, which I think I've proven at this point with my ability to speak on the subject that I at least have more than amateur passing knowledge of accounting. You should have one ledger that all your income comes into and then goes out of once into your company. That way you have one ledger that is your ins and outs, your I's and O's, your credits and your debits. All the other entries should be particular accounts. And as Lady Valette said on YouTube, the only difference is on your main ledger, when you take a loan like this, you would create two entries on the main journal, because you would annotate one as the loan payable and one as the liability, because then that keeps your main ledger valuation clean and neat. Is it possible the other money came in? Well, it would be, but it says Rob's bank processed the wire yesterday afternoon. If it came in, it should have been cited in the email. And then as I scroll back through, there is no 3 million. There's no 3 million. I'm also going to show you something else that's troubling. I come over here. And that's 2022. They have $20 million that year came in notes payable. They have, in that year, $95,000 in liabilities. But they also happen to have in that year $12 million in... Oh, hold on. Got to be accurate. They have $4.9 million in fraud, waste, and abuse, or unaccounted for cash transfers or unafforded cash flows. Why is this classified as a deposit instead of wire transfer inbound? It shouldn't be, unless, well, no, because they said it was processed by wire. So it should be, and you're absolutely right, what should be labeled, let me bring up the one that was previous. It should absolutely be labeled accordingly. It shouldn't be a deposit, it should be a wire. The number should be March 25th. Let me go back up there so I'm looking at it. Don't scratch me, please. It should be counted as that blank line, that first blank line that I'm on, that should say literally wire transfer from Robert Dawson's bank, whatever the bank is, right? The next one shouldn't say deposit. It should say note payable, whatever you wrote your note payable as, so that 3 years from now, when somebody says, we can't find the record of this, you can go in and you can be like, blah, blah, blah. Oh, there it is. I can find it. Now, again, I'm not saying this is the complete ledger, but what I'm saying is, obviously this ledger came from somewhere. Obviously this ledger has enough accurate information on it, but why the fuck is there only 5 million? Please send your phone number, blah, blah, blah. Wiring instructions. Please let me know if you'd like to call. Trepid Studios, there's their address. Go take a picture there. Please find the executable agreement if you're able to print, sign, and scan back. Okay. Date of note, 11/23/2020. Principal of note, 8 million. You don't have... First of all, if all the red fucking flags don't throw up when somebody's asking you to backdate by 2 years the terms, right? If somebody, if your red flag doesn't show up, then Steven should have walked away from this deal. He should have walked away from this deal the moment they said, can you backdate it to 2020? No, I cannot. Interest. Why are you not letting me zoom? Interest shall accrue on the outstanding principal amount of this note from the date herein of this note is paid in full at the rate of 5% per annum, or the maximum rate permissible by law, whichever is less, compounded annually. Interest shall be due and payable annually on or before the last day of each calendar year. So you let them No, this one isn't 20%. Jason is 20%. This one is capable maximum at the maximum rate permissible by law, or 5%. Whichever is less. Interest shall be due and payable. So what Robert Dawson did was got you to backdate a loan and immediately pick up 2 years of interest. And you fucking signed it. You signed it. Steven is literally, let's say Steven is claiming it's true. They didn't come into play until after 2020. He brought them in. He took their money. He sold off parts of his company. The fact it got to this point is on him. What's on him is, hey, I want to give you a loan that starts 2 years ago and has a 5% annual compounding interest. The day you sign it, you've just occurred 2 years. Limited conversion. Upon the maturity date, holder may elect at its sole discretion by written note to the company to convert the then outstanding principal amount to the note, but unpaid interest on the note such into shares in the company's common stock. You literally allowed them to take an $8 million loan and then get stock. For the purpose of this note, conversion price means subject to adjustment, if any, pursuant to the immediate subsequent sentencing, an amount equal to the quotient resulting from dividing 265 million less the discount of 40% by the number of outstanding shares of common stock of the company of the conversion date. Right here, let me zoom in a little right here. What you're saying is the valuation of Intrepid Studios is now $265 million. So my loan is going to be factored off of your valuation, and you're going to give me not more than 5% of your stock. So I'm giving you an $8 million loan. You're going to give me no more than 8% or 5% of your company, but it's going to be based on your company being worth $265,000. So this right here, my guess is they didn't want direct dollar value for shares, so their projected share value wouldn't be depreciated by real value for shares bought. Right, but then the way you do that is you write that as, I'm getting X% non-dilutable. So, I'm loaning you $8 million, and you're going to give me 5% of your company non-dilutable. But at this point, what I want to remind you of, at this point, Steven has already got a deal in place. And I guess Steven forgot that he had a deal in place where he had already sold 4.4% of undilutable preferred stock when they didn't even have the authority to issue 2 classes of stock. I do think the Magic the Gathering card chef are easily justified as business expenses. Well, then let me stop you right there. If you think Magic the Gathering cards, chef, etc. are justified as business expenses, you know nothing about business. Period. Dot. Altogether. So let me stop you. No, they're not. Magic the Gathering cards, $100, $150 of an investment in Magic the Gathering cards because you're doing a Tiger team to see if you can work with. No, they're not. I'm stopping right there. A personal chef is not a justifiable expense. That's considered compensation and has to be paid for on your personal tax return. Period. Dot. The only way you can justify a personal chef is if your place of residence doubles as the meeting spot every night of the week. If you have a period of time of 6 months where you're entertaining a lot of investors, a lot of shareholders, a lot of partners, you're having a lot of working lunches, you can have a personal chef. You can bring on a month-to-month personal chef for that. Because I'm using my house to entertain guests, wine and dine shareholders. I worked for a really rich guy. He paid for a personal chef to come up to his weekend house several times over the summer because we were entertaining clients. Totally acceptable. Because at the end of the weekend, he would look at me and he would say, write this up. On Friday, blah, 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 we picked up these people at the airport, see expense. Leisure and recreation. Leisure and recreation is not allowed to be expensed out of a fucking C corporation. The very fact that you said leisure and recreation makes you a fucking moron. It cannot be expensed out of a C corporation. There is literally an entire chapter of federal tax law that says you can't do that. You could buy $100 to $150 of magic cards if you wrote up a project summary that you were looking at making your own collectible card game. But then you would have to keep those magic cards marked and they would have to stay inside the company. They would be on the little box and they would say property of Intrepid Studios, Inc. And then because they're only $150, that's no problem. But $7,000? Now you're starting to talk about an asset. $5,400 on your private Warhammer army? Again, $540 if you partnered with Games Workshop. Then, yeah, if you were partnering with Games Workshop to create a new army for them, you could probably justify paying a painter to paint some 3D printed models to present them. But $5,400 on your own private army? No. No. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way in the slightest. Again, in comparison to racketeering and coercion, I think we're talking about peanuts. What racketeering and coercion? You know what? If you get one opportunity to put a logical, above a 12 IQ statement into my chat. Okay, I'll give you one opportunity to put something intelligent. If not, I'll just ban you. Because I don't have time for clowns. So this is, as much as Steven wants to say, this isn't fair, this isn't fair, this isn't fair, you fucking signed it. My guess is they didn't want direct dollar. Yeah, they didn't want direct dollar value. See, that was easy. Signed, Stephen Sharif. Signed, Stephen Sharif. You're upset because you made a bad fucking business deal? You got at here. Steven's like, they asked me to backdate it. Yeah, you're stupid. Here's a little free business advice from Papa Jahlon. Yes, you date it the date you sign it. Period. Dot. If I'm signing it today, every date is today. That needs to be your ultimate rule all the time. If I sign it today, it's dated today. When you call me and say, we're going to have to move the meeting to tomorrow, I'm going to say, well, then make sure that you get all the documents reprinted with tomorrow's date. Oh, well, it's a one-day variance. It doesn't matter. It matters to me. Make sure you get all the documents reprinted or free time up in your day to meet with me today and bump somebody to tomorrow that doesn't give a shit about signing backdated documents. Is there any reason to backdate an agreement? No. There is no reason to backdate an agreement because the money shouldn't move until the agreement is signed. Period. Dot. Okay, well, we're gonna get to his other stuff, but you can see there's a ton here. Okay, so now we got to go back to Dawson and me. Attached is a true and correct copy of an email thread dated between Dawson and myself. concerning that initial investment. Attached is Exhibit 2, a true copy of the backdated note. This was not the only instance of Dawson requesting the documents to be backdated. Many of Mr. Dawson's loan and investment documents were backdated as part of his predatory lending scheme. His legal request. On December 20th, Riot Chief Financial Officer sent an initial proposal for Riot to acquire Intrepid, completing a total Riot investment of approximately 250 to 500 million, a true and correct copy of which is attached to Exhibit 3. Except it's heavily redacted. Hi, Stephen and John. Following up on our conversation, I'd like to share our initial thinking of the financial components of a potential acquisition of Riot. It's clear we share a goal of creating and evolving a generation-defining MMO that delights millions of players. With that goal in mind, we would aim to align our incentives, de-risking your investment in the short term while giving you a meaningful upside in the long term, but most importantly, making sure the game has sufficient resources to achieve the vision and outcomes we're collectively aiming for. This represents a total investment of 250 to 500 million by Riot, which would further scale post-launch as we invest in additional content and features over time. I look forward to discussing this on Thursday, and before then, we'll also send over initial answers to your operational questions, how project funding works, standard Riot benefits, and what it means to be a Rioter. What's up, Splash? And you'll notice, right? You'll notice. That's it. So they redacted, here's our proposed outline, but you redacted it. So again, Steven turns around and Steven's team redacted this. So that you're clear, Steven submitted this, so his team redacted it.
Watch the court filings? How can we do that when you motion to seal the records? What do I know? I'm just jackass jahlon. Hee-haw. Watch the court filings? How can we do that when you motion to seal the records? What do I know? I'm just jackass jahlon. Hee-haw.
How do you tell people to look at the filings, and then one of the most important pieces of evidence that could even remotely begin to explain some of this shit, you redacted the middle piece. Dawson advised me against accepting the offer by Riot Games. A true and correct transcription of a voicemail from Dawson to me is attached here too as Exhibit 4. Hey, Steve, give me a call back when you can. I want to talk to you about that offer today. I'm not excited and all about that when I do the math on it, but I want to hear your thoughts. Okay. I'm not excited and all, I'm going to assume at all about that when I do the math. Why the fuck is Steven listening to an investor who at this point I believe only has an $8 million share in Intrepid? Take the fucking money from Riot, pay off Dawson. He doesn't have any equity, and you can literally buy off a fucking problem. Here's your money, here's your interest, fuck off. He could have done the same thing with Jason Karamanis and his first $1 million worth of financing when he got the Kickstarter money. Beginning shortly after the Riot offer, Mr. Dawson began extending a series of additional loans to the company through convertible promissory notes. True and exact copies of 3 representative examples of this note are 5, 6, and 7. The terms were all substantially the same. As noted above, Mr. Dawson had a practice of backdating those notes because he wanted to justify the lower valuation at which he had issued debt by claiming he had provided earlier than he had. I understood that he wished to do this to improve his position relative to any other investors and lenders whose notes might be valued at the actual higher 2023 valuation. What higher 2023 valuation? What the fuck are you talking about? What higher valuation? Does Steven believe that because Riot Games made an offer of up to 500 million, that values Intrepid at 500 million? Because that's not true. That's not how that works. Here is Intrepid up to 2023, assuming this ledger is correct. Up to 2023, Intrepid Studios has Up through the end of 2023, Intrepid Studios has a running balance of 859,000 in positive. But by this point, Intrepid already has 62 million in notes payable. I want you to think about that for a second. By this point, they have taken $62 million in loans. It sounds like he's taking every opportunity to take money, but doesn't from Riot because he would have found out they looked closer at his books. Yes, absolutely. Because Riot would have gone over the books with a fine-tooth comb. Because Riot's not about to give you 500 million if you have 62 million in notes payable. So exhibits 5, 6, and 7. 5. Convertible promissory note. There's $1 million. April 20th, 2023, right? April 20th, 2023, 1.7 million, April 20. April 20, 2023. Again, ready? Where is $1.075 million on this ledger? Is predating docs illegal? No, predating docs is not illegal. Depending on why you do it is illegal. Backdating docs is not illegal. But the thing is April 20th, 2023, where is the money? And I scroll down and I do not see until, and this is what I don't understand, $950,000. I don't even know if that's the right loan. I don't know if that 950,000 goes to this $1,075,000. Riot won't give you money unless your statements are audited. You're right. No business will. You can backdate a deal to the handshake, but that's when the deal was made. Whoever can't backdate something so you don't have to declare that's on this year's taxes. You can't backdate something that impacts your previously filed tax returns. As again, Papa J is telling you, you never sign a backdated note. Because if you don't know why you would do that, then you're being taken advantage of. But so that loan's not there. That loan's not present. That's Exhibit A. That's B. I'm skipping through a lot of this shit because it's irrelevant. April 20th, 2023. April 20, 2023. Okay, so somebody said this ledger isn't accurate. So April 20, 2023, I have 125,000. April 30, I don't have 950,000. April 28th, I have 950,000. But Jay, it's only 2 days difference. Yeah, why does that look like taking a payout of 1.075 million but cutting it up so it's not reported as 1+ million? It's another great question. So we know so far this ledger is accurate and aligning with Steven's own shenanigans. Here we go again. April 16th, 765,000. Yeah, it was that's weird. That's bizarre. Not that you can't do a wire on a... When you own your own bank, you can do wires on Sundays. April 16th. Or I'm sorry, August 16th. August 16th, 2023. The person that said, we don't know if this ledger is righteous. So again, 765,000. So I've shown you now 3 loans, 3 different loans that are all in the books. But Steven is going to continue to claim that these books are fraudulent. But why then, if I've shown you 3 loans in excess of a fuck ton of money, why are those loans not reflected on the liabilities table? Is that because John Moore doesn't know how to be a CPA or a CFO? Or are you hiding money? Why are you signing backdated loans? Also, you signed this. Why did you sign this backdated? And what's going to happen is Steven is going to make the statement, did you properly execute your fiduciary duties to Intrepid Studios? He's going to say yes. And then Dawson's lawyer is going to turn around and say, you executed your fiduciary duties as CEO of the company by signing backdated financial statements that don't offer good terms to Intrepid. It's also interesting to me that John Moore seems to be the one on the paperwork on a lot of their assets, like the house. Yeah. 765, and I have that date. Okay. Mr. Dawson committed funding to Intrepid. He assured me that he had no intention of taking control of the company. A true and correct copy of his July 31st, 2003 message assuring me this is attached as Attachment 8 or Exhibit 8. There's another 250. Hold on, is that money there? 2025, February 26th. Yep, that one's there too. So for a ledger that's supposedly not accurate, Steven, it's odd to me that your ledger that's supposedly not accurate seems to have all of Robert Dawson's money hitting. You have no idea. Your idea of me wanting to take over is not sane, man. I bet on you and have zero desire to engage actively there and do anything. You've been seen how you run the business and you've done a great job. You should not have changed or added terms to our deal of non-voting last night. That was never the deal. Good luck finding something else today. Remember, you can't sell the corp assets without shareholder consent. So this statement right here by Robert Dawson, I can't validate or not. I'd have to see the shareholder agreement. Now, 825, 818. Can somebody with an iPhone tell me? I thought iPhones worked like Android phones, where they'd be in numerical order from the top to the bottom. Does iPhone do it different? Because I would have expected the earlier message to be on top. Maybe it does it different, or maybe you can set your phone different. Me take control, you're on too many drugs. Do you really think I want to control it? No, unless I want to vote my economy. Interests like any investor, unless you think I'm an idiot, you know I'm voting with you. And after future rounds to outside investors dilute us, we would still vote together. Let me know what Riot says. Here's what Steven doesn't understand. This is 2023. When Dawson committed funding to Intrepid, he assured me that he had no intention of taking control of the company. A true and correct copy of his July 31st message assuring me of this is attached. No, it's not. And this doesn't mean what this means. This means that on July 31st, 2023, Robert Dawson had no intention of taking over Intrepid Studios at 8/18/32. At 8/19, Robert Dawson can change his fucking mind. The next year when you haven't paid him, he can change his mind. Despite the assurance beginning in 2023 and 2024, Mr. Dawson began working to expand his control through strong-arm tactics. I observed that Mr. Dawson would frequently request Mr. Karamanis, who is a known violent individual with multiple prior arrests, including a conviction in or around 2009 for inflicting corporal injury resulting in traumatic condition. Objection, Your Honor, prior bad acts. To yell at and threaten me in his stead, acting as an enforcer. Acting as an enforcer. There is Big Daddy Dawson and Jason Knuckles Karamanis acting as an enforcer. When Mr. Dawson wanted me to take certain actions that advanced his efforts to seize control, Mr. Dawson and his agent, Jason Karamanis, consistently threatened, most often through phone calls, but occasionally with text message and in-person meetings, to withhold funding days or sometimes hours before payroll. I got bad news for you, Steven. That's not illegal. That's not illegal. I do not need to put good money after bad. Right, I observed when, where, how. A true and correct copy of a December 16th message from Mr. Dawson to me threatening to withhold payroll funding unless amended articles were filed is attached in Article 9. Exhibit 9. You need to get Ryan in touch with Bill Hardock today so we can get the amended articles filed. I want that connection made before I wire any funding for payroll. Right, because did you know Intrepid Studios didn't have the legal authority to issue 2 classes of stock? So it's no wonder that Robert Dawson, and again, guys, I am not defending Robert Dawson. Robert Dawson is a big boy, and apparently he's the worst human being ever to walk the planet. But Intrepid Studios was only authorized to issue 1 classification of stock. So why is Steven objecting to wanting to have the other classifications of stock added? Because when Intrepid was founded, on its original articles of incorporation, the corporation is authorized to issue only 1 class of share of stock. Is that why he wanted the amended files, to fix the classification? He probably talked to Jason, and Jason probably told him, hey man, I just want to let you know that I have a capitalization table that shows I own 4.4% of the company, and you've been investing a ton of money into something that has a valuation of $13.5 million invested. At this point, Robert Dawson has already put more money in than the original 2019 capitalization table. So this is where Steven is like, a true and correct copy of a text message from Mr. Dawson to me threatening to withhold payroll funding unless amended articles were filed. Steven, he can do that. I want that connection made before I wire any funding for payroll. Now, according to your own document, you already have Robert Dawson's money. So this is you asking for another loan. A true and correct copy of a text message to me threatening to withhold funding until I signed over certain documents. Exhibit 10. I may lose vision completely in my right eye. I have been in eye hell the past 3 weeks. Not trying to trigger you, but there are periods I cannot see and also having intense migraines. I'm waiting for the doctor right now. I know there are competing priorities. I am trying to juggle them when dealing with this. I understand your vision. You can still talk to me on the phone. I think I need to come there and get involved on the day-to-day managing. So Steven says, what? Steven sank his own fucking case, right? Let me scroll back. When Mr. Dawson committed funding to Intrepid, he assured me he had no intention of taking control on July 31st, 2023. Now we're talking about almost a year later. I may lose vision completely in my right eye. I understand your vision. You can still talk to me on the phone. I think I need to come there and get involved on the day-to-day managing of the finance in this legal issue. I'm not funding any more money without the agreements being signed. You've had months to do it, and my patience is gone. And so is this law firm unless you find other money to pay them. I'm not paying anything else until docs are signed by the 98%. So don't ask for money this week if this is not done. And when you are prioritizing, don't start thinking discussion on Thursday when you need a wire Friday is going to happen. Signatures. No more money without. And they are going to be high priority. They are going to be very high in my priority list as you can't pay employees. Is Joe going to fund? Steven's own fucking document gives Robert Dawson, all Robert has to do is testify to this. He was withholding money. He promised he was never going to get involved. Mr. Dawson, what do you have to say? CEO was going to lose vision in his right eye, so I offered to come out there and get involved. Because I own a bank and I can take care of these things. What's Steven's response now? I don't want the senior shareholder to come out and start getting involved in my company. Shut down Intrepid through litigation. A true and correct copy of a message from Mr. Karamanis to me threatening that if my husband did not exit the company, Mr. Dawson would push a nuclear war button and Mr. Karamanis would start suing me and start aggressively attacking me and the company and simultaneously put the company into voluntary bankruptcy and then also file a TRO removing me and my husband for the company during the time which Dawson would seize all funding, thereby obliterating payroll. Oh, so when we look at this ledger and when I look at the ledger up to 2024, where is my... So maybe before I show you guys Steven's statement, maybe somebody got access to the books and they realized that you had pissed away $64.8 million. $64.8 million is represented here. Now, I'm not saying that all of 901 and 902 are accurate, but at a certain point, I had to stop giving them the benefit of the doubt and start earmarking stuff as, you have failed for 8 years of your ledger to justify this, so I'm now marking all of this as fraudulent, just like I would if anybody asked me to do a formal audit. Oh, you want to see the income? Yeah, I can show you that. Without breaking it down, this is how they have their book structured. And I know this isn't accurate, but it's how they have their book structured. The way they did their book, they have $197 million on the inflow and $197 million on the outflow, leaving them $369,000 in debt. As soon as I can't release this spreadsheet because the moment I release it, I own it. That's why I have to keep it in my possession, because this is my amended. This is my amended spreadsheet. I can give pictures of it, but until I've done a thorough scrub, it could come back to bite me in the ass. Let's see. So we're going to Exhibit 11. At that point, John is out of the company and he can be your spouse. If that's not the case, then you need to understand nuclear war is a button pushed by Rob, and this is where we are at. I have to start suing you and start aggressively attacking the company and simultaneously put you into voluntary and involuntary bankruptcy, and then also file a TRO moving you and John from the company. And during this process, Rob ceases all funding. You don't have a job and payroll is obliterated. I'm sorry. Where is this? Right? Where is this? What is illegal about this? This is shit I have said to people when businesses I've supported have been fucking jerking me along. Look, man, if you don't give me my fucking money, then I'm going to just start filing liens and close you. And what I'm doing is, I understand I'm going to lose money, but I don't want to lose big. I want to lose little. I only want to lose a little. Subject me to criminal prosecution. A true and correct copy, Mr. Dawson, to me threatening to file a complaint with the California AG for security frauds if Mr. Moore and I didn't exercise and issue warrants for our stock is attached. Why are you being like this today, computer? I am not threatening, but I am withholding from the blank, not issuing the stock, and not conjugating for 2 weeks. Not going to work with me. I gave both you and John notice to exercise and issue stock for the warrants. If that is more completed, I am going to file a complaint with the California Attorney General for an investigation I do in due security frauds. They will decide if there is fraud with the projections, money raises, and failure to convert my warrants. Since you are not communicating with me, I am forced you to, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Why the fuck do you have this much money, you illiterate bastard? I am forced you to protect my 60 million. If you don't call me to talk this out now, I'm going in the other direction. I won't sit back any longer. You've had ample time and opportunity to do what you agreed to, and you don't. You can push your issues off to Joe and Tom, but those are your issues. I am done with the stall tactics. There is a chance that if you call me now, we can resolve, and if not, they at least know the direction we will go. Call me. Okay, yeah, these are the cherry-picked conversations Steven thought worked well. Let me give you an example. Carthos invests $10,000 into PGN, into my company. And I agree to give him 5%. And I don't send him the stock certificates. He has every right to contact the Attorney General because you are required by law to issue stock certificates. You are required by law to do such. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. How does Steven think this makes Dawson look bad? That's not an illegal threat. If you don't follow the law, I'm going to go to the authorities. Cause my husband and me financial ruin, homelessness, and physical harm. A true and correct copy stirring of threats. Motherfucker, I am sick I sick am talking to you like you need to understand who sick fucking with. Push me more, asshole. Keep it up, bitch. Okay, let's see. You're a motherfucker. I'm talking to you like you need to understand who... Jesus Christ. Push me more, asshole. You have no idea. Keep it up, bitch. Okay. But does he have a right to threaten to do so unless Steven signs? Isn't that coercive? I just asked GPT. It said yes. No, that's not coercive. It's coercive if I threaten to break your jaw if you don't sign. If you don't give me the fucking stock certificates I am entitled to by law, I have the right to go to the person who by law can make you do such. That is not coercion. Coercion is if you don't... Coercion is, I have your hat. I have your hat. You don't give me what I want, I won't give you your hat. I have documents that you need that aren't related to our business dealing, but I have them, and if you don't give me what I want, I'll burn them. That's coercion. Coercion isn't, I'm gonna go to the lawful authorities. Otherwise, everything is coercion when you threaten to get a lawyer involved. Hey man, I need my $10,000 that I loaned to you. I don't have it. Well, if you don't give it to me, I'm gonna go to a lawyer. Well, that's coercion. Nope, that's a consequence. I'm telling you I'm gonna file a case against you. That's not coercion. By the way, don't count on ChatGPT. Language learning models aren't lawyers. Also, hold on. Cause me and my husband, so there's more. A true and correct copy of the text message in his capacity, threatening to evict my husband from his home unless he receives signatures. And where is your wire to me? I'm going now it. I'm not sending wire till docs are signed and returned, so you begin it on it. And I would evict him with pleasure today. Did you look at your emails? I don't want to talk anymore today. Sign and return with proof, and I will send 1.395 million. And I don't want to hear from anyone again till docs are signed. And know that I will come after John with a vengeance if he doesn't sign. He fucked my life, and I have severe animosity towards him. Okay, so let me look. 2024. 5-1. So for a ledger that's not accurate, Steven, this motherfucking ledger seems to be spot on. Oops. Steven says this ledger is fraudulent. I'm failing to see how. I broke my screen capture tool. There's the 1.35 million on 5-1. People are interpreting this as Pathway Bank holding the note for the house. It's odd that he have the power to evict someone. He would say more than just, I would evict him with pleasure today. We don't know what we don't know. But we do know that a loan happened. So we know that piece. A true and correct copy of a text message stating my life is over and he was not fucking around. He would fuck up my entire world if I didn't sign the documents. We did everything you asked for me to do, including the blank. What else are you going to want to change again? It's all done now, and Rob and I both signed off on it. Get it done and send out to DocuSign so we can all have peace of mind. I'm beyond boiling with you, and I don't value that this 2 lines of edit is what you wanted is now done, and I'm waiting for this to be completed. Look, Steven, your fucking attorney Diana sent me a message. You act like she is the boss. Get this shit fucking done tomorrow or your life is over on Tuesday when business opens. I'm not fucking around with you, asshole. This is fucking retarded. You're lucky I have Rob's back, otherwise I would fuck up your whole world. I would fuck your whole world up. Hope I am clear. You're a piece of shit. That's not illegal. Nothing is happening here that is illegal. Steven is unhappy. Steven is unhappy with how he's being spoken to. Because Steve, where's my video?
Watch the court filings.
Where's my video for Steven? Because it's a beautiful video. I'm going to be working on something later today. Because I swear to God, this guy. Do I not have it? Oh, did I delete it? Oh shit, I deleted it. Oh, fuck. I deleted it. God damn it. I was cleaning out documents to make... My drive got full. It's basically... I'm looking at a man, but I'm hearing a little bitch. Like, there's nothing illegal here. Yeah, Your Honor, he said fucking. A correct copy of a May 2020. Also, I'm going to tell you right now, the judge is probably going to get upset because they have jumped around. C should be after D so that we're constantly going this way, not this way. Memorializing a call on which Mr. Karamanis threatened to break my jaw, to which Mr. Dawson responded he was done, directed me to send him stock certificates, and stated he was preparing default notices. Well, guess what? You can talk with Jason. Every blow up I've had with you has been about getting agreements done, and you continuously stall and ignore or try to backdoor something that is not your personal agenda now. That wasn't even part of our conversation. I'm done talking and done funding Ashes without signed agreements. Rob, I sent you an email with my thoughts if you're open to chatting today. But I have to say, Jason just called me threatening to break my jaw and destroy my company. That's crazy. If you don't want to talk to me, fine, but don't send Jason to intimidate me. I sent you my thoughts in email, hoping to get perspective. Nope. I already responded. I'm done. Please send stock certificates. My default notices are being prepared as we speak. Guess what, Steven? This isn't the smoking gun you hope it is. Mr. Dawson is simply going to say, I have no idea. Like, you can't even... These all look horrible for Steven. These don't look horrible for Dawson. They look bad for Karamanis, but these don't look bad for Dawson. You can talk to Jason. Give me my stock certificates. Am I high? No, I'm not. Nothing in these documents, nothing in this right here is this one right here isn't bad for Dawson. You can talk with Jason. Every blow up I've had with you about getting agreements done, and you continuously stall and try to backdoor something. That wasn't part of the conversation. I'm done talking and done funding Ashes without signed agreements. Rob, I sent you an email with my thoughts. Nope, I already responded. I'm done. Please send stock certificates. My default notices are being prepared as we speak. Rob Dawson in this email chain looks like a businessman. I am done talking. I am not funding Ashes without signed agreements. Nope, I already responded. No, I already responded. I'm done. Please send stock certificates. There is nothing in this one or this one that makes Rob Dawson look bad. Where is your wire to me? I'm on it now. I'm not sending the wire until docs are signed and returned, so you better get on it. I would evict him with pleasure today. Did you look at your emails? I don't want to talk. Sign and return with proof, and I will send 1.35 million, and I don't want to hear from anyone again till docs are signed. And know that I will come after John with a vengeance if he doesn't sign. He fucked my life, and I have severe animosity towards him. At this point, Robert Dawson is 60 some odd million into Intrepid. He's converted debt to equity. He still doesn't have his stock certificates. Nothing he says here. I mean, I would evict him with pleasure today. All the texts together show obvious collaboration between Jason and Rob to convert signing documents that gave 20% interest rates. Hold on. Let me stop. No. Stop using the word coercion. Don't use the word coercion there. Because it doesn't work. Rob's interest rates, you're conjoining the two people. Don't do that. Stephen Sharif had already signed 20% interest rate loans years before with Jason. Robert Dawson's loans are capped Robert Dawson's loan documents literally say capped at 5% or 3 or whichever is lower. Robert Dawson's loan documents literally say the lower amount. Now, Robert Dawson asked for stuff to be backdated. Steven could have said no. Jason is aggressive. Robert Dawson in writing is frustrated. But you're saying then in the documents later it shows after Rob took over, he put the debt he converted back into debt on the company that he later foreclosed with. How can that not be illegal? Because I have to get to what you're talking about, but Dawson didn't do that. People are confusing that Dawson has, at this point now, 9 transactions to Intrepid here, and this is what people don't understand. And it's fine that you don't understand it because Americans aren't taught business. Here's my company. Here's PG. I'm going to use my company so people don't think I'm dogging on Intrepid. This is crazy bias coverage. I used to have respect for you when you called Steven on his bullshit. Oh, no. I'm not sucking on the dick of the ML Mafia because what you're saying is you're not being accurate. I don't like Robert Dawson because he fucked over 210 employees. But also keep in mind, I'm only up to whatever exhibit this is. I'm up to exhibit 16. So far, Robert Dawson has been aggressive, but I haven't seen anything in writing, and I'm only on exhibit 16. I'm on 16. But what you're doing is you're saying you're putting in together Jason and Robert. But there is a wall between Jason and Robert. Jason is Yaya. Robert is TFE and Intrepid Creations. The problem is, if this is PGN and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 loans to me, and I convert the first 8 to equity, you still have 1 outstanding loan. This is where you start to run into the which Robert Dawson, right? What if Disco Bray, I don't know what Disco Berry, it shows that they work together. It would depend on how they worked together. But the piece you're saying is he reconverted debt. What if Discovery shows that they work together? Again, it depends on what you mean by worked together. Worked together as common shareholders? Colluded? The problem is people are missing this. These first 8 transactions would turn Robert Dawson into a shareholder. But this 9th transaction that I haven't converted into equity yet keeps him as a creditor. Any creditor can foreclose on the company, which is why what I saw Steven doing is so stupid. He's allowing Robert Dawson to backdate documents. Scummy, shady, slimy on Robert Dawson, but dumb on Steven. Universally stupid on Steven. But nothing I've seen so far doesn't line up with legality. Legality. You got to remember, if you ask me my personal opinion, I will always give it. But I'm looking at this as Steven's claiming illegality. Like, I don't want to talk anymore today. Sign with proof and I will send the 3.5 million. There's the 1.35 million right there. So Steven's like, oh, Robert withheld funding. That's not the whole story, Steven. Robert threatened to withhold funding because you didn't give him his stock certificates. What's this? Okay, so the next one is going to be 15, 16. I scrolled up because the other one, this one. Rob, I sent you an email. Nope, I already responded. I'm done. Please send the stock certificates. This is the piece that Steven is forgetting. Robert has every legal right to demand those stock certificates. Robert isn't withholding a loan. Robert is saying, give, then. If you put my stock certificates in my hand, then I will deliver the loan because that is my term. Cash on delivery. Yes, cash on delivery. I will fund the next leg of this journey when you give me my fucking stock certificates. So what is Steven expecting here? Get these loans overturned and get his equity back? No, because Steven would have to have in excess of $124 million in capital. And all of those people, I would have to factor out how much those people are actually owed. Because remember, if you get it all unwound, their interest continues from the date of signing. So if you have a 2020 loan that gets unwound, you have 5 years of interest to pay on that loan. Let me go to the next one and I'll go back up. Okay, so Mr. Dawson, as his agent, made those threats to pressure and compel me to execute documents that would grant him ever-increasing leverage over Intrepid. No, he didn't, man. He sent you... He sent you like 9 different loan agreements. Seriously, but he says in the documents he was hospitalized out of blood pressure for organ failure, and a witness said he was on his deathbed. Let me ask you a question. Because remember, it's all about legality. Is it possible that a diabetic who was working 12 to 16-hour days, who wasn't eating healthy and wasn't doing any cardio, was in organ failure for failure to take care of himself? Because to me, it seems like if you have diabetes and I tease you when we're friends that maybe you should do some cardio so you're healthy, maybe you should do some cardio. Under this coercive pressure and for fear of harm to Intrepid employees, yeah, he's diabetic. I approved extraordinary one-sided concessions to Mr. Dawson, including, among other things, a warrant providing Mr. Dawson 10% of the company for $10 and non-dilutable zero-cost equity embedded in the notes. Okay, before I look at the exhibit, why did you give Mr. Dawson 10% of the company for $10? The answer is no. The warrant certifies that for good value and consideration, Robert Dawson is entitled to purchase from Intrepid Studios up to 10% and non-voting membership interests in the company on a fully diluted basis in exchange for the warrant price set here. I think after $60 million, this warrant is justifiable. Because remember, it's about this time in history. Hold on. No, this is the end of last year. It's about this time that Robert Dawson has to make another 1 point some odd million dollar contribution to the company. So keep in mind, Robert Dawson at this point is $61 million into Intrepid. $61 million on a valuation of a company that started, right? The valuation of the company began at $13.775 million. And Steven wonders why people are pissed at him. First of all, there is no transaction of $9.55 million on this ledger. The ledger could be wrong, but every one of Robert Dawson's... Oh, the issue date is... Oh, the expiration date. The issue date is 1 January. Okay, got it. That was misread. This is... And here's the other problem, T-Muffins. When this company was founded, they were only authorized to issue common stock. But here, Jason Karamanis has been told he has 44 shares of preferred stock. Yeah, if this is from... Let me go back and reread this. Under coercive pressure and fear for harm to Intrepid's employees, I approved extraordinary one-sided concessions. Yeah, here's what I don't get, though. This was signed in 2020, but Steven has already said that he was introduced to Robert Dawson after that. So let me go back up. Holy shit, I'm only on like a couple of pages in. Okay, so in October, this is where I want to keep pointing out, I don't understand. In October of 2020, okay, Steven's own document, right? Yes, no. Dawson requested documents to be backdated and Steven signed them. I've already said in the show, I don't think you were here yet. Papa Jahlon's advice, you don't ever backdate a document for any reason. The only people you backdate a document to would be maybe like the IRS, if they're throwing you a bone and they're letting you backdate. If they let you, they probably won't. You never sign a backdated document. But here's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand. I don't get it. We come over to this document. Holder Robert Dawson, issue date 1 January. So you allowed Robert Dawson to backdate a document prior to the date that you even met him? And what I find funny here in Steven's filing, notice something funny about Steven's filing. And look at this. And the judge is going to say, I guarantee the judge will say something, right? Look at Steven's filing by structure and form. On this date, beginning shortly after this date, between these dates, beginning, this on this date, 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 on this date. Under coercive pressure, Mr. Dawson, non-dilutable, zero cost, object 17. Why? Why would you sign this? The parties have caused this warrant to be executed and delivered this 14th day of July. Why would you sign this? Period. He says Dawson agreed to fund and then would demand and coerce the day before payroll wire was supposed. T-Muffins, I've already shown that that's not universally the case. And I know you're just joining in. I have gone down Dawson's loans, checked the ledger, and the ledgers are there. But as I've just shown in 5 exhibits, Dawson keeps asking for his stock certificates. Steven is saying Dawson is making demands. He's demanding his stock certificates that he doesn't have. So what's happening is Steven is expecting, I'll just use me. Steven wants me to give him another $1 million, but he won't give me proof of ownership. Why? Why won't you give me my proof of ownership? It looks like Dawson and Karamanis knew this, saw the value from the ride offer, and took it through threats. Except that offer was gone. All of these convertible notes executed after that date, of which I have record, explicitly state the debt is unsecured and subordinated to senior debt. But all of the convertible notes executed after that date. But you didn't say a date. But all of the dates above all have equity attached. All of the dates of all of the loans above have equity conversions in them. So I don't even know what, after all the convertible notes after that date, what date? In May of 2024, I entered into despite being an adverse party to the transaction, Mr. Dawson directed Intrepid's counsel and even signed an engagement letter as Intrepid's purported agent without Intrepid's authority, attached here too. Okay, so this is like the first thing that might be a smoking gun. And this is the wrong fucking address. Thank you for selecting to provide legal service to Intrepid Studios. I'm principally responsible for legal services to be provided by McDermott to the company relating to corporate matters. It is important that all information provided to us are complete, accurate, and up to date so that we can represent your interests fully. Accordingly, please ensure that we are notified of changes like a new address. My time for legal services provided will be billed at $1,435 per hour. The currently hourly rates of others are $2 to $425, $685 to $145, and $1,250 to $1,500. We require a retainer of $25,000 to be held. It's pretty standard shit. So what's Steven's complaint here? I entered into and again, I don't know who gave him the wrong address, but it's the wrong address. Despite being an adverse party to the transaction, Mr. Dawson directed Intrepid's counsel regarding and even signed an engagement letter as Intrepid's purported agent. Okay. So, this is the first part. Yeah, I see it, and I didn't miss it. I needed to go back, and now I'm here. So this is the first time I've seen a document. At the bottom, before being a shareholder, looks like, well, he was a lender. Well, no, at this date, he's a shareholder. Yeah, as of December 14th, 2023, he's a shareholder. But a shareholder... No, unless the text say he didn't convert warrants yet. Well, I showed the text that the warrants were being prepared. Well, no, let me back you up a second. Let me back you up. He can't issue a warrant. He can't. So here's the loan. You can either pay it or you can default on it. If you default on it, then I can either convert to equity or foreclose on you. So the problem is Dawson had every right to threaten foreclosure because your loan is a series of if-thens. You said that the texts say he didn't convert warrants yet. No, they don't. The texts specifically state he wants his stock certificates, which means he's already converted those loans. He has given up his right to collect his $8 million plus 5% interest per annum, compounding, and in lieu of he gets 3%, no more than 5% of the company. So the difference here is he has elected to convert to equity. By converting to equity, you have a lien against the company, and you're going to get one of two things out of it. You're going to get paid, or you're going to get equity. No matter what you do. Yeah, the loan exhibits are all there. I am not defending Robert fucking Dawson. What is wrong with you, T-Muffins? I am defending the legal process. The process. I am not defending Robert fucking Dawson. But you're saying because I'm defending the process, you're like all these things mean this. No, they don't. As I've shown you, I just watched you with this entire chat. Follow yourself. He has the right. Okay. He has the right to. I just said he had. No, I said he had no right to sign the letter. What are you talking about? I had to look up something. And that's what I stopped. I looked to my left. And I literally said, Robert Dawson has no right to sign this letter. I had to look up if California specific law. I had to look something up. Because God forbid I don't have California law memorized. I don't do business there. The thing is, wait a minute. What the fuck is your problem? I literally said, this is the first thing I've seen that's wrong. Robert Dawson has no right to sign on 2023 as an agent of Intrepid Studios. Period. Dot. He has no right to do that. Yeah, man, if you blow up at me one more fucking time, I'm just gonna say goodbye to you. Because you're literally blowing up at me for shit I'm not even saying because you don't like Robert Dawson, and that's okay. But the problem is I'm not here to not like or like anybody. I'm just here to go through the legal document and say how you can play that. I'm sorry, you can't play that card. Why not? You don't have 3 black mana. You only have 2 in a colorless, and a colorless can't fulfill a colored requirement. This is the first time Robert does something that's improper. He cannot sign as an agent. Without the shareholder agreement, however, foot stomp, there may be a clause in the shareholder agreement that allows an investor at a threshold to then become an agent of the company. Is it illegal? At face value, yes. If you are only a shareholder, you may not sign as an agent of the company. Break. We don't have a copy of the shareholder agreement. The shareholder agreement may specify at X percentage of ownership, you may operate as an agent. Because remember, your shareholder agreement can be structured any way you want. My shareholder agreement says, I don't know. I don't have the shareholder agreement. Nobody does. And there's going to be a problem with it because up to this point, they're still dealing in 2 classes of stock, but they never filed amended articles to the company, and the company was only authorized to issue 1 class of stock. So this right here, at face value, is illegal. But before I condemn him, I need to see the shareholder agreement. So we put a pin in this. This is the first thing Steven has filed. In May, I entered into a something. Despite being an adverse party to the transaction, Mr. Dawson directed counsel regarding blank and even signed an engagement letter. So this is the first thing. The first 12. I felt threatened by Jason Karamanis' threats that I don't have documents of aside. This is the first thing I've seen Robert Dawson do wrong. Now, under blank and related conversion agreements, Mr. Dawson converted all outstanding debt into equity, expressly canceling $49,594 in notes and terminating all debt obligations underlying the very UCC he had just filed on May 13th, 2024. Cool. Now we're into some meat of some shit. Now let me look up Dawson original. Oh, shit. Sorry, Mr. Dawson, but you shouldn't have unredacted shit out there in the world. He filed on May 13th. Okay, so yes, now, May 13th, 2024, Robert Dawson files a lien. So this is correct. And at this point, we know we have a dollar amount. So, May 13th, 2024. On May 13th, 2024, true and correct copies of these conversion agreements are attached, 19 and 20. Mr. Dawson's UCC filing is attached to complaint as Exhibit B. The May 13th UCC describes the collateral. I don't care about that. Okay, so let me go back up here real quick before I switch back over. I need to look at 5, 6, 7. I need the dates. So let me scroll through real quick on my own the dates here. This is just faster if I do it. I don't try to teach it. Okay, so tab 2. That's 2020. So that one would be covered by that lien because where Dawson screwed up is he didn't file a separate lien for every debt he was owed, which is another. Papa J is going to teach you, you treat every lien independently. You treat every lien as its own, every loan as its own lien. That's 2023. So that one would be covered by that lien. Holy fuck. I wish, oh, I know, never mind. I know why they have it all here. Because they have to, by law. This is 2023. Where's my fucking music? This, oh, Exhibit A, Exhibit B. Okay, now, I'm going to show you something because there's a problem here, right? Steven is wrong here in what he has said. Steven has said over here, Riot Games, where were we? Mr. Dawson UCC filing is attached to the complaint as exhibit. The May 13th, 2024 UCC filing describes collateral. But, date of note, 22/26/25. Now, Dawson, I'll look at Dawson's exhibits. The problem here is Steven is going to say all these loans are discharged. But he says, as of May 13th, all of the $49 million in loans should be discharged. So he already converted all his debt to equity, canceling $49.5 million in notes and terminating all debt obligations underlying the very UCC he had just filed on May 13th. So yes, Steven is right. For the first time, Steven is right in something. And Robert is wrong. Because Steven is correct. What exhibit are we looking for? Exhibits 19 and 20. So let's get to 19 and 20. Oh, that's 18. This should be 19. Convertible note, consignment, and conversion agreement. Convertible note agreement is dated. There's a fucking big ass typo. But we're gonna go June. We are gonna go June 1 and 30, 2024. Not that I think it's gonna play out, but we have to use both dates. Notwithstanding, shall be converted without any further action by the holder into 162.30 Class B shares. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary, the company and the holder agree that the cash value shall be paid in cash by the company to the holder in equal monthly payments during a 24-month period, with the first payment beginning on the 6-month anniversary of the date of the official launch. Immediately following the conversion, the company holder and certain of equity holders are entitled into the... See, this is where what Steven says is bullshit. Because why did you... There is a important point here, but you censored it. Immediately prior to the conversion, equal a standing principal amount of $14 million and accrued interest amount as of March 15th. Conversion. The assigner hereby assigns to the holder all amounts hold. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is Intrepid Creations LLC. Hold on. Because I think Robert's team made a mistake and it's actually going to cost him. Hold on. California Corp Search. I think they fucked up something. UCC. Intrepid Studios. And secure party info. Robert Dawson. Yeah, Robert Dawson only ever filed one lien against Intrepid Studios. And I don't see Intrepid Creations on here. So yeah, this is eventually going to be a problem for him. Because he filed the lien as, oh, he sent the stock to Intrepid Creations. That's fine. Here's the agreement. So yes, according to this has now been oh, shit. Yeah, that's a fuck up. That's a fuck up. Okay, so for the people that want to know why I said that's a fuck up, let me get active. Let me pull this. And then we're going to do this by filing date. And then I'm going to show you that his team fucked up. And I don't think Steven got here on his own. I think, and this is where Jason is now going to become the senior non-bank creditor. Here's what's fucked up. So you have right here, Small Business Administration, they're number one. They're the senior most creditor. They're number one. They're owed about $180,000, give or take. Number two in position is Commerce West Bank. That's $6 million. Number three is, that one's lapsed. Don't ask me why the employment, the EDDs stay on even if they're terminated, as long as there's one active. This is number three, and that's approximately $30K plus whatever interest. Now you get down to number four, and Robert Dawson is the number four creditor. But he's not. He's not. Because this lien is discharged. Which means Robert Dawson can't call an Article 9 sale. He doesn't have a lien on the books. This lien is discharged by those conversions. Which now means Jason, as the trustee, he becomes the number four creditor and Karen becomes the number five. Robert needs to file a new lien, but he'll become number six in position. Which means Jason Karamanis can now file his own Article 9 sale, and he only has to get, Jason now gets to foreclose. Yes. Jason gets to foreclose on Intrepid Studios, and Robert cannot, because Robert has, so Rob trying to move the money to TFE and terminate everyone at end of the company was illegal. Is that liability for Rob if he was chairman and TFE owner? Yes. It could lead to personal liability for Rob. Jason was claiming yesterday that wasn't the complete list. Yes, it is the complete list. Jason is wrong on this. And hopefully Jason can understand that I'm a man and he's a man and he can be wrong. This is called the lien order. Ultimately, this is Solomon's list of who gets paid when. There could be 50 other creditors out there. They have to file liens and they go behind Karen. Period. Dot. That's not my opinion. That's the fucking law. Jason said his lien was still perfected. Jason's lien is, excuse me, I have some of these. I can't show all of these because I don't have them redacted. Jason's, hold on. Jason's lien, I don't have that loan up in front of me, but the Yaya Legacy Trust's lien is against Steven Sharif as a person and Intrepid Studios. So yeah, this piece of information is a relatively large kick in the nuts to Robert Dawson because he discharged his loan. He didn't withdraw his UCC1 filing as fulfilled, even though Dawson will eventually loan Intrepid more money on 2/26/2025, which, if Robert Dawson had done it properly, then he would have been able to file ahead of Jason again, because Robert loans Intrepid money on 2/26/2025, so he would have been able to put another lien in right here. So this lien should have been discharged, and then he should have put another one in there. Steven is who I thought he was. What a way to prove all the accusers right. Yeah. Sounds like a nuke to the nuts, honestly. If Jason let his lien lapse, Jason has, hold on, just so we're clear on something. Jason does have lapsed liens, but I imagine Jason's lapsed lien is because it was the conversion. It was the conversion of debt to equity. Again, when you file a lien and you exercise conversion rights, you're no longer owed a sum. So I think at the end of the day, Robert fucked up. And that's my read. That Robert fucked up because he got his stock shares, wiping his current debt, and didn't file a new lien. But I'm not going to read this yet. Because that's okay, so that's going to be after the loan. I don't want to use GPT, but do you know if a lien holder lets their UCC lapse, does it then become unperfected and the lien files again? Yes, if you file your lien again, remember the only thing that matters on your lien is your date filing order, unless you are the state government or the federal government. Then your lien moves up in order. What's confusing a lot of people is a lot of people are saying that the payroll is a secured debt. Payroll is not a secured debt. When you're talking about an asset foreclosure, payroll only becomes a priority secured debt when there is insolvency and you're going through bankruptcy. People are equating an Article 9 sale to a Chapter 7, 11, or 13 bankruptcy, and these are not the same. The payroll secured loan comes into play when all creditors are about to be impacted. An Article 9 foreclosure is only one creditor being impacted. So, and that's a good rabbit hole. And again, if anybody thinks I'm defending Robert Dawson or Jason Karamanis or Steven Sharif, I hate all these fucking people. Because none of them have stepped up and said their priority is feeding the staff, helping unwind people's foreclosures. Remember, there's staff members at Intrepid that got their homes foreclosed on. I don't like anybody that fucks over employees. I also laugh at Dawson, Karamanis, Steven, Moore, all of them. Did you know that the code for all of Ashes of Creation is out there on a bunch of people's computers? Rob Dawson wound down Intrepid Studios with millions of dollars of computers at people's houses. How's he gonna get that shit? How's he gonna get the code? How's he gonna get the fucking assets? Let's see. We're gonna hold on. Mr. Dawson became Intrepid's majority shareholder, holding approximately 58% of the shares. Mr. Dawson promptly used this position to appoint himself and his close associate to the board on or around July 24th. This is the piece that I wanted to talk about. Steven is saying that this right here, Steven's own filing right here. This is you said it's 18-1, but the one's the big one. Here is Robert Dawson in the library with the candlestick killing Sharif right here, and he didn't even have to write it. The judge is going to get to that highlighted part right there. And the judge is going to say to Stephen and his attorneys, what the fuck are we here for then? What are we here for? Hold on. Oh, you're being funny. Sorry, I don't read sarcasm. If Robert Dawson is the 58% shareholder after this conversion, that's it. Stephen's done. That's 7.99% more voting power than Dawson needs to have. Even after Dawson obtained his control, he continued to threaten me and the company, a true cop of the text message in which he threatened to withhold funding because I did not respond to prior message. Okay, so, I'm done worrying about finding for next week, and I assume you have it covered since you ignored me when I almost had it. Steven is making it sound like, and this is where some of you, and I'm not calling you out, but some of you are getting confused. And this is what I don't like about when people behave like this, because it gets confusing for people that don't understand. Robert Dawson here is a person. He's a lender. He's a creditor. Robert Dawson is here. He's chairman of the board. Robert Dawson is here, and now I can't put that he's a lien holder because his lien was discharged, and he never filed a new one. People are assuming that because Robert Dawson is the chairman of the board, as a person, he has an obligation to put money into the company. He does not. Robert Dawson, as a human being, is not obligated to put money into Ashes of Creation. So even when he was the owner, he was not... Okay, I want to stop you there. I want to stop you. When dealing with a C corporation, the owner of the C corporation is not the employer. The corporation is. Even when he was the owner, he threatened not to pay employees for their work and PTO benefits. Can he be liable for that? No, and here's why. Because we're not talking about Robert Dawson, chairman of the board, having $20 million inside of Intrepid Studios, and he's refusing to pay. And this is what Steven is making it out to be. Steven is making it out to be that Robert Dawson is sitting at the head of the board of directors. There's money in the account, and he's refusing to pay employees. That's not true. It was a C Corp. And yeah, I've shown it a bunch of times. This is their formation document. They were formed as a C corporation on May 20th, 2015, and they were authorized to create only one class of stock, 10 million shares of it. But all of these things could be unwound by the judge because Steven never filed an amended article of incorporation to have 2 shares of stock. So, but people are confusing it that people are confusing Robert Dawson as a person having an obligation to pay versus Robert Dawson, the chairman of the board, having an obligation to dispense funds. Robert Dawson, as chairman of the board, cannot dispense money that Intrepid does not have. So what I'm going to do is we're going to look up March 24th, 2025. So March. Well, let me look at his text message. Oh, March, hold on. March 24th. That's why we look at dates. March 24th. So March 24th. So on March 24th, there is a deposit. And again, this is where these books are completely fucked. Because there is a deposit for $100,000 which moved from one account to another account. And it happens again down there. Robert Dawson is not required as a human being to put more money into the company. And I think people are forgetting that. I don't understand how Steven has a claim since he only has 4% and quit. Like, how is he suing on behalf of Intrepid? That's a great question, Mega Johnny. Let me answer that. Any shareholder who believes wrongdoing has occurred can sue on behalf of themselves as a shareholder and the company. In this particular situation, the company can be both the defendant and the plaintiff. Because remember, when you're a shareholder, you're the owner, but you're a partial owner. What Steven has shown here, and I think he's going to get into something here in 2025, because he's talking about reversing shares of stock. Steven is saying that he believes he's more than a 4% owner. So, and I don't care about this blah blah bullshit exhibit. It's just more of Robert Dawson and Steven not getting along. There's nothing damning in that one. Now before I read Steven's interpretation, I want to read this. Amendment to the convertible note. An amendment to the convertible note, Intrepid Studios, Intrepid Creation. The company and holder previously entered a convertible line of credit under which the holder was financing the company, where the parties entered into conversion agreement. Conversion pursuant to the note was converted into 162.3 shares of Class B stock. The parties now desired to amend the conversion agreement to void the agreement and restore the original note and payment obligations to the company. Now, therefore, in consideration of the mutual covenants, the original note date. Okay, so this. If you own Coke stock, you cannot sue to get the recipe. You could, you won't win, but you could. So this right here, what date is this? April 30th, 2025. Now he's back to being a creditor. So this right here means Robert Dawson at this fucking point of the saga. So on 4/30/2025, Dawson converts, or I'm gonna actually put reverts, equity, and let's see if there's a dollar amount. Steven's only saving grace on this document. Well, no, because if this doesn't help Steven, I don't believe this document is sufficient. I don't believe this document is sufficient because it doesn't list specifically a dollar amount. The conversion note is hereby amended such that equity conversion is reversed and no payable agreement is reinstated. What happens to his equity if they prove he lied about his initial investments? Nothing. Because what... When I created PGN, I issued 10,000 shares of stock for $10. Those shares of my stock were, 4, 5. I don't know. I don't know why somebody would send me this, but this is wrong. Yeah. Because he can't say that one is valid because it's already expired. And I don't see Rob Dawson on here. So I don't know what date this is from. But I don't see Rob Dawson on here anyway. 4. No, yeah, he's wrong because his UCC was expired. Let me get back to, hold on, I want to get back to this document. You don't have to issue out. I can take the initial 10,000 shares out of the company for $10. After that, I own them. I can do whatever I want with them. I can sell shares of stock for 100,000 if I want to, if I can get a buyer. So this says after Rob took control, he put all the debt back. That seems illegal. No, that's not illegal. Doesn't the fiduciary duty prevent a director or chairman from randomly putting 100 million back as debt while keeping them? No, he doesn't keep the converted equity. That's the thing. Each party releases. Okay, so yeah. Any shares issued to the holder under the conversion agreement shall be returned to the company and canceled by the company's board of directors. So this document right here, Rob Dawson stops being. It says that even though Rob put back 100 million of debt onto Intrepid to foreclose with later, his equity percentage went up from 58 to 70. Well, hold on. You keep jumping ahead. As I've tried to tell you, I haven't gone through all this in logical order yet. I've bounced around through it. So as it is right now, Rob Dawson, as of 4/30/2025, isn't a shareholder anymore. Amended convertible note, 3,203 classes of A share and 975.68 B shares. See, this is where the problem is. All of these notes are going to be thrown out during Jason's lawsuit. No, the equity at this point isn't worthless. The equity at this point is what gave, Jason, or I'm sorry, which gave Robert control. Now, was the UCC filed after this point? And the answer is yes. No. The answer is no. So Robert has still sacrificed his place in line. This is the first thing I have seen that Steven filed that is the strongest thing. Steven shouldn't have filed any of this other bullshit. We're on page whatever of his thing. This is the only thing that Sharif should have filed. All this other, he buried the goddamn most important point down here. Dawson can't foreclose on Intrepid because he doesn't have a valid UCC on Intrepid. Dawson, unless there's more, and holy shit, I've got 8 more pages and 900 pages of supporting. Even after he obtained this control, he continued to threaten me. But following this conversion, Mr. Okay. 23, 22, and 23, right. Mr. Dawson did actually return all the equity he had received on the conversion. The amendment reflects the return of only 975.68 Class B shares, and Dawson retained more than 3,000 Class A shares. So this is irrelevant. Because this is irrelevant. Any Class B shares issued to the holder shall be voided and treated as such never issued. The original notes payer. So yeah. Well, that says Class B will be voided. What did it say up here? Any shares issued to the holder shall be returned to the company and canceled. So all of the ones that went to Intrepid Creations are canceled. All of the ones going to Robert Dawson can be voided by the company. And you could just disregard the A shares because there's 1 million of those. There's 10 million of those. Schedule of notes. And by the way, this is what when you said earlier, when you jumped in here and you were like all over the place, this is how many promissory notes Intrepid had with Robert Dawson. Okay? So like call them the titties. There's a lot. There's a lot of notes. Each one of those loans came with a note. Okay, so neither I nor any other disinterested director or shareholder approved this transaction. Neither I nor any other disinterested director or shareholder approved this transaction. So, they signed for you? Yeah, they have no value. That is correct. They have no value. Okay, so neither I nor any other disinterested director or shareholder approved this transaction. When I asked Mr. Dawson if the board should approve these amendments, Mr. Dawson responded, the board is not a party to the amendments. 24. The board is not a party to the amendments. Yeah, they are. First of all, the board is party to everything that happens at the company. Second of all, you cannot say the board is not a member to the amendments and when you made them a part of the amendments right there. You literally said and canceled by the board of directors. So as far as this convertible note, yeah, the board is completely part of that. You made them part of it in your agreement. You cannot make the board, you cannot give authority to the board to do something if they're not party to the amendment which empowers them to do something. On December 15, 2025, following a meeting, Mr. Dawson grabbed me forcibly by the arm and forced me to sit down. Thereafter, he stood over me and forced me to sign a 2-inch thick stack of signature pages with allowing me to see. It's possible that a purported approval of this transaction was included in the stack. I did not at any time formally approve Mr. Dawson's unwinding transaction, but you signed it. Which, if you had been busy keeping track, like, the way you properly keep track of this is that, you keep a track of every time you sign something. If you're the signatory authority, then every date you sign something, Jay, that sounds like a notary. Yeah, it sounds exactly like a notary. Everything I sign. And then when I sign my signature, right, you'll see me on my company documents. I sign a document and there'll be a 4-digit or a 5-digit number after it. 2691. You go into my book. In the year 26, what's the 91st thing Jay signed? The 91st thing Jay signed was a purchase agreement for music. Well, this says it was an unwinding of a stock agreement. Well, it fucking wasn't. After the supposed equity unwinding, a capitalization table dated after the time Mr. Dawson entrenched his control shows Mr. Dawson holding explicitly increased from this share to this share out of this, or 70%. Let's look at Exhibit 25. Lodged under seal. Okay, so Steven, the most important document that you did, you sealed, so you're full of shit. You could have redacted it. You could have redacted the names, like this one is. You could have submitted it like this. Where you blur out people's last names. But you didn't do that. Yeah, or you write, no, he's talking about somebody must have signed his name in DocuSign. But yeah, this is simply what you do. You blur out the last names. You don't lodge the whole thing. I was involved in Intrepid's 2025 search for a strategic partner through the Investment Bank. The parties who were interested in access to Digilant's data room ultimately declined to move forward, among other factors, Intrepid's high level of outstanding debt. You should not have put that in there. Mr. Dawson's use of personally owned Pathway Bank to harm Intrepid. I'm aware that Mr. Dawson personally owns Pathway Bank, a Nebraska-based financial institution. After Mr. Dawson secured majority control and installed a board that aligned with his interests. By the way, folks, this is not the damning statement Steven thinks it is. I guarantee you, if you start a company and I become your majority shareholder, I'm going to install a board that aligns with my interests. I'm going to bring in my own CFO. I'm going to bring in my own COO. I'm going to bring in my own VP of getting shit done. I'm going to replace all of your C-suite people with my people. Okay? If I have to walk in and get my money out of your company, I'm getting rid of all of your executives. Because if I have to come here and do this shit, you suck dick and I'm bringing my own people in. Yeah, new sheriff, new deputies. Mr. Dawson directed Intrepid's then CFO and board member to open an account at Pathway Bank. A true and correct copy of the message, text message thread between Dawson and Ogden on which I was CC'd, showing Mr. Dawson directing Ogden to open a Pathway account to ensure Intrepid deposits are directed to those accounts is attached here too. And, okay, did we get all deposits directed? Please confirm that the PayPal fund deposits are now directed to Pathway Bank. PayPal is now linked to the Pathway account. Steven, send me any auto debits or anything that needs to be paid so that I can get them on the Pathway. That is the account we're going to be using to pay expenses going forward. I recommend you just have things come to me directly so you don't have to be the middleman. You're too busy. Boom. Boom. Look at that. Fucking new sheriff comes in. Big Daddy Dawson walks in with his own banker and says, I want this shit run through my bank. Okay. Can we move Exhibit 24.3? Exhibit 24. .3. I see the amendments to restore the original notes for Rob, Jason, and friends, but I do not see this approach with regard to my conversions. Why? I'm happy to add that, but we need to see where you put the $4 million in, as it never been confirmed. How is it funded? You got the 4% consumable, yet we do not have any evidence you put $4 million in. Give details on findings that, and we will add it. Yeah, let me say this. Let me just outright say, in all of this fucking ledger, right? In all of this ledger, I cannot find Steven Sharif putting in $4 million. I find that the company began with a $200 additional pay-in. When I did my article yesterday, and I did the video that goes with it, I was very meticulous in bringing up the confusing point of Steven says in 2017, my where the fuck am I? Steven says in 2017, my contribution was $2 million, but his own capitalization table says 9.55 million. Did you forget you put 9.55 million into your company? See, this is where Steven has gotten caught in his own lies. Steven's been caught in his own lies. I can't find anywhere in any of this, right? I can't find anywhere in any of this that Steven put in $4 million. I can't even find where Thomas Alakazin put in his other 600,000. That's a simple rounding error. Does the ledger show what accounts are Steven and John's? Does it show any transfers into the company from their accounts? No. Well, yes. Hold on. It does, but nowhere near the amount of money that you would think it is. Shareholder repaid $4 million, but those are shareholder repayments to shareholder loans. Steven also said he put $55 million of his own money in. Ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of people hate me. I know a lot of people don't like me, but what I'd like to show you is the level of attention to detail I do before I start talking. These numbers match. I could not have this number and this number match if these numbers didn't match. because these numbers have to match these numbers. No, it doesn't show 4 million in from Steven and John. It shows 4 million in from shareholder repayments. Because there's 4 million here in shareholder repayments, and there's 6.474 million in shareholder loans to shareholders like Steven's mom, Thomas Alakazin, Bethany Alakazin, Stephen Sharif, and John Moore. Won't Steven argue that these books were made by Ryan, as Jason said 6 to 9 months ago? Okay, he might, but I want to show you something. Let me cook. I want you to notice something here. This is my forensic analysis. Everything on this page is me. I rebuilt their entire ledger in 17 hours. Okay? This column where it says yes is comparing AH3 to C3. Oh, don't do that. Okay? That means I took their outflow number, I broke it out according to the ledger, and I matched to the penny what they should have. But the difference is my breakout isn't their bullshit like 18 categories. Assets, liabilities, operating expenses, payroll, meals, refunds, shareholder loans, fraud, waste, and abuse, and the big ones, unsupported transactions, and unclassified cash outflows. So let me show you what I'm talking about. If you give me a ledger and you think that I'm going to just let you have no name, no memo, and random notes payable, right? That is $19 million in one fucking year that has nothing. Foreign contractor, no information. None. Refund. Refund to what? Refund to which service? A note payable from fucking who? Pathway Bank. Okay. Pathway Bank. Okay. Taxes. What fucking taxes? Federal? State? Sales? Another note payable. Look at this. Look at this fucking garbage. $19 million in just fucking no idea. Yeah, I'm not a forensic accountant. An actual forensic accountant is going to rip them a new ass. What amount of inflow was there? The amount of inflow? I can show you. I don't have to guess. The amount of inflow into... Okay, well, hold on. Oh, whoa. Let me put a big-ass disclaimer on this number. Because whoever was managing these books didn't run the ledgers correctly. And I gotta put a preface here. You have money come in from Kickstarter, right? And then that money goes out. And then the same amount of money comes back in. But because you didn't fill out the memo field correctly, I have no the fuck idea as an independent person what was going on. So that's the Kickstarter money reflects twice. And I'll show you why. And then I'll show you the overall numbers. But this is what irritates me about Steven saying all this bullshit. Look at this. This looks like the Kickstarter money. Looks about to be around the right amount. The Kickstarter money comes in. And then the $150,000 of the Kickstarter money transfers to John Moore's account. And then $2.3 million transfers from sales. You'll notice this says deposit, sales, and then deposits into checking, a transfer to savings. But why did you do it that way? these should not be logged as checks. Because you logged them as a check, an independent person who has no idea what the piss you're doing has to log them as inflow. Because I'm not about to fucking put my dick into the pickle slicer and say, oh yeah, their books look good. No, their books look cooked as fuck. Because this should say transfer. This should say transfer. This should say transfer to. Look at this. Transfer to. Transfer to. This should say transfer from. Because now you have a transfer to, a transfer from. This is 2.3 in, 2.3 out. Do the hokey pokey. What is the amount of inflow from Steven and John? You don't know. You can't check it because they don't have it done right. What you have is by year category. Yeah, they don't have it logged that way. No, the only account number we have is 6009, John Moore's account. Every other time money comes in or out, it's logged as like a transfer to John Moore, or a loan to John Moore, or a loan to Stephen Sharif. But what I can tell you is there was no capital investment of 9.5 or $4 million in the first 2 years. And I never found a note payable from Stephen Sharif logged properly. I have 124 million of properly logged notes payable. What came in from, I don't fucking have off the top of my head it because it's all broken down by year. But the problem is the loan repayments from John Moore due for 1.091 million came in from John Moore. But John Moore owed 8.1. So John Moore may have put in 1.09 million, but he took out 7 million more than what he put in. And I'll show you again right off the bat. Money comes in, $500,000 transaction comes in. Trek Holdings is owned by John Moore. $5,000 went out. There's no 5,000 in this ledger before that says note payable John Moore. Why? If John Moore loaned the company $5,000, why is there no note payable up here? Maybe I don't have the complete ledger. I'm willing to say maybe I don't. But I think to the best of my ability, I've dissected this to the point where somebody more qualified than me needs to look at these books. I guess to only know what Stephen and John did was to get their bank records. Yeah. Like, you zeroed out your account and sent $358,598.52 to a different bank, but then over here, you incurred a $25 charge for probably for insufficient funds, or oh no, this is domestic wire out charge. Also, not that how they run their business is any of my business, but why are you paying wire charges when normally you can 3-day ACH money for free? Yeah, I would need the original QuickBooks login information to do my own export to ensure it's complete. You're right. It looks like he took the money from the Kickstarter account and it was transferred to Chase Business account and then bounced to savings for rate of interest. Personally, I would have went with Amex. Way better return on investment if you're going to do that. Well, first of all, it looks like they're keeping the money. It's like this. What account did this money come into? Well, one of their shareholders doesn't own the bank in 2017 yet. Good thought process. Absolutely. We're just a little early. But the problem here is there is no justifiable reason for $150,000. And then look at this shit. $75,000 down here. Why? You don't even detail why you're moving. All it is John Moore account. There should not be any single person's individual account tied to a business ledger. My ledger for PGN has exactly 0 transfers to my personal bank account. 0. You know how I do that when I need to move money? I do a counter transaction at the bank and I reflect it as a withdrawal. And if I was going to do one, it would say you would have type, cash withdrawal, date, name, payment to jahlon for loan number whatever, memo, loan number whatever, split, note payable, loan, amount, da-da-da, and that's it. I would, because then I go in as a corporate officer and I take out $2,500 because I loaned the company $2,500. And then I say, hey guys, put this into my personal account. And then I write a memo and I put it in my corporate records. Why? To cover my ass. So no, there is no form, like back to this point, because somebody asked me to come to it. That's me. I cannot find you wouldn't even run you wouldn't run a fucking hot dog stand like this. I cannot find a 4 million contribution organically from Steven. Will restoring Jason notes cause us to be in default with the bank's UCC one on the company? He never released it as he was still owed money. Okay, some of the notes. I am aware Mr. Dawson personally owns Pathway Bank, a Nebraska-based financial institution. Exhibit 26. I want the deposits from Stripe PayPal going to Pathway only this week. Who is doing that? So let me say this. Hold on. They're at 2.78. They had 2.3, but this 2.78 doesn't change. 2.3 moves from the second to the chain. Yeah, good. Yes. Since you brought it back up, I'll go back to it. This is how you should not have your books. Yeah, Tony Soprano ran Bada Bing books better than this. So, first of all, this is suspicious. Right here. The moment you got the Kickstarter money, you transferred money to John Moore's account with no memo note. You write it as a check, but it's a transfer. You don't put any rationale or reason. Could it be argued that it's conflict of interest that the CEO wants off? Yes, we're going to get there. But he asked me a question. I'm going to get back to that now. So here's the Kickstarter money, and then you move the Kickstarter from checking to savings. Except you did transfer to. But you see this? Transfer to savings, positive. Transfer to savings, negative. But this is on your check register. That's not how you do that. Because now you've created $2.3 million of inflow and outflow. These should not be registered as checks. These should be registered as transfers. You should only ever bring money into your company into one account. All your money should flow, all of your money. This is your cash. Well, this is your op cash. This is all of your money comes in here. That way, your general ledger is a checkbook. Deposit. 1 million. Memo. Cash. Memo. Investment. Memo. Whatever. Main book. 1 million in cash. Main book, right? A liability code. 1 million. But it's going to be logged as liability. So when you go to your cash register, it doesn't show up there. But when you show your all transactions by date, you're like, okay, we got $1 million in. There's an immediate following entry of $1 million. That's a note payable. Code it as a note payable. Put the memo in. Who's the note? Let's go. Sweat equity is a thing, but you like kind of work. He should have been living at the office. Expensive should have been rational. Sweat equity doesn't work in this example because Steven had all the shares issued to him already. Steven released his own cap table, which says he was the share. So Steven doesn't get sweat equity because you're right, but he doesn't get it. And the reason why he doesn't get it is because he already had, in 2019, he already had 934 shares of the preferred stock. He's selling. Yeah, there is no 4 million. There is no 4 million from Steven Sharif. There's no 4 million. Not that I can find. Zero. Nada. And I've already shown Steven took payments as a subcontractor. The CEO cannot do that. Now, as far as using Dawson's bank, can you use your own bank when you own a bank? If you're the owner of the bank, can you use your own bank? Yes, of course you can. Should you be serving as chairman of the board when you're the majority shareholder, the senior creditor, one of the creditors, and the bank? No, you should not. Because it's a conflict of interest. And when you are the owner of a bank, you're first and foremost fiduciary, and this is not my call, this is the federal government's call. When you own a bank, you're first and foremost, an FDIC insured bank, because I gotta put the detail. When you are the owner of an FDIC insured bank, your first and foremost fiduciary responsibility is to that bank. Wasn't all the money he claimed to put in other people's money? Here's the thing, he didn't put any money in. $600,000 of Thomas Alakazin's investment doesn't reflect in the ledger. $1 million of Rob's investment doesn't reflect in the ledger. Oh yeah, the Kickstarter fee is, Kickstarter takes 5% plus 3 to 5% processing fees. No, you're fine. The whole let me say it this. I could read all these documents in less than 20 minutes and be good for me. I do the show for you guys. In or around December 25th, Intrepid launch, December of 25. In or around December 25. You don't know the fucking day that you launched the game? Are you for real? You know the name, you know the exact date that he sent you a threatening email, but you don't have the date of that you launched your game. Good job. This partnership resulted in a receivable after revenue share of approximately $4 million. Attached here to Exhibit 27 is a true and correct statement, a screenshot of the stream revenue dashboard, showing total revenue of approximately 8.2 million. Okay, so 8.2 million. I don't deal in closes. Let's get to the shit, right? 8207270 times 0.3. 8207270 times 0.3. So 2,462,181 goes to Steam. 8,207,270 minus 1 million times 0.05. 360,363 goes to Epic Games. Eight 207,270 minus 242,62181. That's not correct. 8207270 minus 2462181 equals minus 363. So Steven doesn't even know how to do math, which is sad when you're off by $1 million on your lawsuit. Okay, so I'll let me go back to that and then we'll. So Steven was off by a magnitude. You're saying, what are you saying here? So what you have here is a $2.9 million transaction from Kickstarter. John Moore immediately takes 150,000 of it for no reason, leaving us with 2.792 million. And then this is 2,784,355.97. So yeah, the number is right. The money that moves out, right? But you see, this is where so you get this is your input minus this. So that's 2.792. You take this number and this number, and that's 2,784,355.97. So yeah, all the money is there, Nex. It's all there. But what you see here is they move the money from the whatever main account they received it in. They took 150,000 out to John Moore's account, and then they moved it from the Chase checking into the Chase savings, which they fucked up the coding for, but whatever. What if the 150,000 was for personally incurred expenses on his credit card for company expenses and Ryan didn't include it? Wouldn't it be easy for John or Steven to show all those transactions with the personal card? Isn't that common in closely held companies? No, it is not common. It's not common in the fucking slightest, and let me tell you why. Because this is not how you in any way, shape, or form reimburse that. Number one, this shouldn't say transfer to 6009 because you should never be transferring money from a C corporation into the CFO's personal account. That's a big fucking no-no stick. Number two, what I'll do is I'll do this just to show you how it's done, and then I'll reverse it. So what I'm gonna do, so that I remember that I touched something here, let me purple. So instead of this being transferred to 6009 with an accounting code of transferring to John, I want you to remind you, this column that I have configured right now is how they had their QuickBooks set up. They literally have an accounting code for transfers into John Moore's account. What this should say over here is this should say transfer to J Moore, reimburse personal expense, right? So now I know what this was. Now I know what this is, and then I put personal CC receipts. And then this accounting code shouldn't be that. This accounting code should be 1 second. $2,100. So, and my accounting code, this would be $2,100. Debt. Now, in $2,100, I could assign. You focus on the accounting, but Jason already confirmed with Nafis. They got these books from Ryan, who has been working on them for the last 6 to 9 months. And what? You keep bringing that up, but and what? And what? Working to figure them out. As you can see, every other thing that I've looked up has aligned with the paperwork. No, all the classifications aren't Ryan's doing. All the classifications from 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 are all John Moore's doings. Hold on a second. I'll regale you with a wonderful tale of how fucked up Ryan Ogden is at accounting. You thought John Moore was fucking bad at it. But wait, there's fucking more. Okay, so this is one of the years that Ryan would have been the CFO. Let me pull up his accounts payable. Kaiser Group, that's benefits, that's accounts payable. Amazon Web Services, that's game server hosting, that's accounts payable. Cigna Healthcare, that's benefits, that's accounts payable. Contractor, that's 1099 contractors, that's accounts payable. Not according to Jason. Okay. I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you on your fucking conspiracy theory right the fuck now. Why am I looking at a fucking tab when Ryan Ogden would have been the CFO? And this is the first year they start putting everything out of 20,000 accounts payable. This is Ryan Ogden came in, didn't have a fucking clue as to what accounting codes John Moore was using, and started trying his best or his worst. I don't fucking know what his level of knowledge is. But as you can see, I'm gonna go back 1 year. Because your conspiracy theory about this fucking ledger is making me think that you're a shill. So you're gonna tell me in 1 year, Ryan, because your claim is that Ryan cooked these books for 6 to 9 months. So in 1 year, Zendesk is coded as 54,000 software, which it should be. But then all of a sudden, the next year, Zendesk is coming straight out of accounts payable. What the fuck would your explanation for that then be? And the answer is there wouldn't be one. Artist contractor is accounts payable, but previous years, they have a code for artist contractors. Let me help you out with something. If it took Ryan Ogden 6 to 9 months to do this, my community will attest to this. I audited this whole fucking, I built this whole fucking review in 17 straight hours after I had already been up all day and done other things. And I reassigned all these out to my own accounting codes. So my question for you is, if you keep saying shit about this ledger, how the fuck do I have it triple fucking balanced? Because I knew the moment I started talking about this ledger, Steven would get up my ass. I have this triple fucking balanced. Number one, the cash flow to the motherfucking penny. The motherfucking penny. 2, the inflow. 197,505, 197,505, 33 and 77 cents. You're saying John did this accounting, but you're saying 150 is wrong. No, I didn't. Hold on. Ready? Right here. This is wrong. This is a not acceptable entry for an audit. But if the transfer was, what board approved? I didn't read your whole fucking message. You are correct. Because I went back so that people could see. You're saying the 150 is wrong, but if the transfer was board approved, what fucking board? What board? It was 2017. What fucking board? That's my point with you. What board? There wasn't a fucking board in 2017. But if the transfers was board approved and went to pay down legitimate expenses, they can't be legitimate expenses if they're not properly fucking categorized. Steven said the board was Tom, Steven, and John. And what? Ready? Hold on. Steven said the board was Tom, Steven, and John. Except did we forget that Steven Sharif submitted this to an attorney? To a fucking attorney. Where's John's name on that fucking list? Where's John's fucking name? Where's John's name? And ready? I already covered this in detail. So now I gotta switch fucking hats again, right? I gotta switch hats, and that's cool. I'll switch hats 50 times. I don't care. But what I don't get is, honestly, you sound like a shill. Because for the last 10 years, you claim there was no board to answer to. When did that change? Was there always a board? Why are you lying? From 2015 through approximately July of 2024, the board consisted of 100% of the company's shareholders and myself, John, and Tom. 2019, Ryan Karamanis via the Yaya Legacy Trust has 5%, or has 4.4%. And John Moore's not even on this cap table. Steven can't say that he didn't know because in 2019, he got a conversion note. Steven sent this fucking, and by the way, don't forget Steven said, I'm funding the project, so no investors. But Thomas is an investor. So, my question back for you is, Steven said the board was X, Y, and Z, and I can disprove that right the fuck here with Steven's own email in sworn testimony submitted by Cigar. Are you telling me that you believe that an attorney submitted false information in a legal brief? Because I don't fucking think so. I don't think that an attorney who could lose their license to practice their profession lied, because they don't do that. They do a lot of shit, but they don't do that. Okay? They don't do that. I can't show the email directly because it has the lawyers' names on it. But I'm going to show, here's the exhibit, 821. This is from Karamanis' lawsuit. Here is the matching. Oh, this has all, hold on, that has personal information on it. And here's the fucking cap table. I don't have that other document. It's got PII on it. I can't show it. I don't feel like getting in trouble. But there it is. And if you want to see what document it comes from, it's filed electronically in a court case in California going on right now. So you got to stop this fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy that ledger isn't at least a partial picture, because it's accurate 14, 15, 16, 18 times. Every one of Dawson's loans are there. So how is it Dawson's loans are present, but Sharif's aren't? And to go even better, since Steven knew the ledger was out, why didn't he just file it? Yeah, it's a two-factor organization, if it's the one I think it is. They don't lie in court or court documents. They lie outside court all the time. They obfuscate and distort in the courtroom. But remember, the attorney will get his fucking ass obliterated by the judge, especially since the judge has already said, stop with the fucking bullshit in my courtroom. Now I gotta check something. Hey, T Muffins, I have a question for you. You seem to be a chicken shit. Who are you really? Who are you really? Everybody, if you see this individual in any of these conversations, call this individual out, Steven. 100 messages on an account created yesterday. So you created this account, you stumbled upon Twitch. Let me get this straight, just so I'm clear. You stumbled upon Twitch, created an account, to join my chat, to defend Steven. That's fucking suspicious. So now please forgive if you no longer get too much of my time. Throughout 2025, Intrepid and Mr. Ogden made assurances to Commerce West Bank that the Steam funds owed to Intrepid would be used to satisfy Commerce West Bank's loan to Intrepid. Attached 28 is a true and correct copy between Mr. Ogden and the Commerce West Bank, copying me and others, in which Mr. Ogden told Commercial Base, we should receive the early access revenue by the first part of December and then be in a great position to pay off all accrued interest and principal payments. Of course, Commerce West Bank is the most senior position, so it'll be paid off before any other notes are paid off, which isn't true. They're not the senior most position, but that's fine. Yeah, it also says he followed me for a long time. Followed me yesterday, so who the fuck are you really? Clown. Jason is not the most senior. Jason believes he's the most senior, but he is not. And I don't necessarily like Jason. I like explaining to people when they're wrong. Jason submitted a document to NAFIS yesterday, and I'll show that. Jason believes that this is the current order. So Jason believes this is the current order, and it is not. And I don't have a dog in the fucking fight. Jason believes it very heavily. Jason can believe it as much as he wants. If anybody knows Jason, they can simply send him the document that shows he's not next in line. This is pulled as of today. And the only thing the judge cares about is this document. That's it. The judge will have this accessible to them in real time. This is all they care about. Jason's loan that you see up there as number 4, Jason doesn't understand that loan expired, or that lien lapsed. So that is his filed on 1/23/2020. Yeah, that one is now, I don't know when this document is from, but pulling up the lapsed version, you'll see up there, Jason believes he's first. And middle of the screen, right here, this, as of today, that loan is lapsed. If he didn't refile that loan, that lien, he's just fucked. Liens expire. You can't leave a lien on somebody forever. A lien is a short-term way to ensure somebody can't sell their assets without you getting paid. Not nearly condescending or flamboyant enough to be the real Steven. The real Steven doesn't have the fucking ball sack to come in here. The reason why is because the real Steven knows. I knew about this years ago. I became disenfranchised with the project. He discredited me. 7 months ago, I first reported that there's a hidden investor. When Steven released statements that he was being physically intimidated, I reached out to Steven to say, are you okay? Because I'm a human being and he's a human being. I just banned Team Muffins because I can't, he's just distraction now. Piece of shit human being that wants to just be a distraction. That's cool. Commerce West Bank understood the funds. Okay, so the notes payable have not been converted, of course. Commerce West Bank is the most senior position, so it will be paid before any of the notes. I received the financials. It looks like liabilities show note payable at 97.7 million. I was under the impression that the notes had been converted to equity. Is that not true? I believe I just sent the files via secure transfer portal. Please let me know. So this document was on July 24th at 97.7 million. July 24th of this year, right? Or last year. So you'll see that they sent a document that shows 97.7 million, and Intrepid had 124.6 million, yeah, of last year. And so I could go through and I could find out what notes payable accumulated after July. So let me do that real quick. Notes payable. Now I gotta clear everything else out. Hold on. So after July, there's gonna be, what date was this? July 23rd. So after that, there's 16 million. If this hits exactly, then the ledger is pretty valid. So let me do by year. Oh no, forensic review minus 16,771. No, it's going to be off. So notes payable that I have is 107.8 million. So again, the ledger isn't completely accurate, because this represents all of the money after the date of the email. And so that's 107 million, and they said that it was 97.7 million. So we're off by a flat 10 million. Does that include repaid notes payable? Good question. Well, it wouldn't matter, because shareholder repayments are only 4 million total over the length of the entire ledger, and there were none made in 2025. There's your shareholder repay. So that would have lessened that and put it to there. The balance of notes payable would be notes payable plus inflows. No, it wouldn't. It should be. Let me stop you right there. Don't try to apply, because you're going to see this and you're going to just say, fuck it, I don't ever want to look at these. This column of liabilities at 2.5 million. This column of notes payable, 124 million. Have fun, Karthos. These two numbers should not be that far off. The total of your notes payable on your inflow source should be equal or lesser than your liabilities, but your liabilities should be greater than your notes payable, because the notes you have to pay are your liabilities. If these over here were converted, then there should be a corresponding line that moves the money into additional paid-in capital. This number plus liabilities should always be greater than your notes payable. And this is why these books are fucking cooked. Despite having committed to pay Steam funds, Mr. Dawson instructed Valve to send the Steam funds receivable to a new account in Pathway Banks that defendants had opened for TFE Games Holdings. Exhibit 30. Appreciate the follow. What is this? 29. To the Valve Corporation from Commerce West Bank. This is a shitty letter because it doesn't have a date on it. You are hereby notified that Intrepid Studios, a California corporation assigned to Commerce West Bank, its accounts receivable due, specifically due on Valve Corporation's Steam distribution online version between Valve and Intrepid Studios. Please, payments due or become due on such account receivable should be made to the undersigned. Payment instructions are enclosed. But it's not dated. How are you people so fucking stupid? It's not dated. Date your shit. I want to wait till after foreclosure and the Steam money is collected. Steven, get John to answer Ryan today about the Steam account. He's not responding. It's possible when they prepared the financials, they took the QuickBooks output you have and did some weird topside entries, which included reclassifications that we will never know about. It's totally possible. It is absolutely totally possible. The problem with that is, again, and I know this requires people to have an awful lot of trust in a streamer, but I think it's safe to say, considering I have this balance to the penny, the green balances to the penny, the red, even with my new breakout, balances to the penny. The problem is, I get that Steven's belief is that they doctored this in some way, and that would be fine. Break. If they doctored it, I wouldn't have been able to balance this to the penny. I think they did this in the past when they prepared it. Again, though, if they did that, when new accounting codes are assigned, which I did, it wouldn't, I would find issues. There would be things that I would literally have a 9999 category called I can't figure this shit out. I can figure out everything. I can't justify everything, but I literally have every penny accounted for. I have not tried Winrose yet. Shit, dude. This has been my full-time hobby. We need to get on the phone with Steam and figure out how to transfer ownership of the account to the new entity that we've created and also update the financial information. When do you have time to do this? It's urgent. It's official. Hold on. In 2024, Mr. Morph sought to refinance the mortgage for our primary residence held by the existing owners under a rent-owned structure, which was coming due pursuant to its terms. The property served as collateral for the Commerce West Bank. Mr. Dawson offered to assist with the refinance. Days before the final balloon payment on the pre-existing mortgage came due, Mr. Dawson changed the promised pathway mortgage terms by raising the mortgage rate from 6 to 10%. Mr. Dawson knew we had no realistic other options to obtain a mortgage on short notice, so he coerced Mr. Moore to execute a forbearance agreement containing strict foreclosure provisions, stripping us of rights and provisions usually afforded to California mortgage holders. Mr. Dawson frequently used his position as our mortgage holder to exert additional pressure on me. So when was this? In 2024. Okay, so let me say this. Let me just say this. If you sign fucking terms, if you sign terms, you own those terms. If you sign terms, you signed them. However, where this is a big accusation, because you cannot raise somebody's mortgage rate without an underwriting reason. So this right here, no, it's not as effective landlord. This is where Dawson may have fucked up, because angry people make irrational decisions. If Steven and John were smart, if they had a lawyer who was good, they would file a discrimination lawsuit against Pathway Bank, and they would say, we were discriminated against because of our protected status as homosexuals. And that would cause Dawson a fuck ton of issues. Number two, he says, stripping us of rights and protections afforded to mortgage holders. I need to check California mortgage law real quick. I need to see if you can waive. Okay, so California Civil Procedure Section 580D, you cannot give up certain homeowner protections. Where's the paper trail with these changed mortgage terms? It's not a hard one to get, but it doesn't seem to be included. You're right, it doesn't. But, and that's where Steven needs to have more meat. But this is a big accusation. If this is true, Dawson would be investigated. And because remember, Pathway Bank is a legitimate, bona fide FDIC insured bank. If that is the case, then they could file a grievance with saying, it's easy for Dawson to disprove as well. All he has to do is produce the mortgage. The mortgage rate piece would become an underwriting investigation. Why did you change at the last minute a mortgage rate of 6% to 10%? How many mortgages did you give at the 6% rate during that week period, that month period, that financial quarter? Because Stephen and John could turn around and say this was done to them because they're gay. I find it suspicious that he claims Dawson jacked it up, but first he doesn't want to disclose. Well, I don't know if he doesn't want to disclose. Remember, not defending Stephen. I'm only here to talk about defending the process. You don't want to fill the judges. You don't want to fill your entry exhibits up with a bunch of minutia. This may be a well-crafted document. This section might be a warning shot to Dawson because their current employer is close to bankruptcy and they will be out of a job. That is true. And the bank could say that you're now a higher risk. But if John Moore is on 50 other companies, now you're going to have to justify that their debt to income ratio warrants a 10% rate. Last night, Jason said to Nafis on this loan was because it was at hard money rates. No. You can't, let me stop you right there. You can't operate an FDIC insured bank as your private piggy bank, your private monopoly bank. You're not allowed to do that by law. If it's a mortgage, it's not a hard money loan. It's a mortgage. A mortgage has to be issued without any prejudice to protected class status. Period. Remember, you can walk into a bank, and if you have enough credit, if I don't want to dick around with a mortgage, I could walk into the bank, say one of these little houses come up for sale in my town for $70,000, and I want to buy it cash. I can walk into my bank right now, just put my head in the bank manager's office and be like, hey, Big Papa, can I get $70K? They'll be like, yeah, just sit down. We'll do the forms up. But in those forms, one of the things that the bank might put is this loan may not be used for a mortgage. If you want a mortgage, we have to process it as a mortgage because we want the equity. We want the asset. Now, in my case, the bank would give me up to like $300,000 on a personal loan as long as I staked my assets as collateral. If I told the bank manager, yeah, I'm doing this as a cash buy for a house, I'll refinance it, but I got to get it done today, they'd give me the money. If as long as it's under, he'll be like, yeah, I just need you to stake your non-IRAs as collateral. Cool, no problem. Just give me the fucking money. Just give me the cashier's check. Dawson, if this is true, this is probably Steven's strongest fuck you to Robert. This doesn't help Steven get Intrepid back, but Steven can use this to fuck over Dawson's bank. On January 16th, Mr. Dawson and Dawson Control Board leveraged his secured lien to execute a foreclosure and transfer. Okay, what I don't understand at this point, though, why the fuck is Dawson still the chairman of the board? Because he reversed his equity. And Steven, at this point, should be the majority shareholder still. So Steven has conveniently left a piece of the story out. A true and correct copy of this, Exhibit 32. The foreclosure is complete. There's nothing. Okay. A true and correct. It's official. Okay. TFE owns all the assets. Yeah, that's fine. On January 16th, days prior to this foreclosure, Dawson and the board had represented to Intrepid shareholders and creditors on an investing meeting call in which I was a participant that he had committed approximately $9 million to TFE to complete the game. Similarly, approximately an hour after the foreclosure, she confirmed the board at 12 minutes. Yeah, right. But here's the thing, ready? And this is where Steven's going to get his pee-pee smacked by the judge. The money that Steven mentioned earlier being available is in TFE, not in Intrepid. If we are saving money, 120K HR person doesn't make sense. It may not make sense from a dollar's perspective, but I'm increasingly perturbed at how myopic the board is at these types of assessments. I understand that my level of resistance and pushback is not making me any friends. I'm more concerned about the 150 million put into 10 years going up in flames because of us not finding the money to make it to September, but because of the chefs in the kitchen are literally throwing cooking oil on the walls and floor. Not trying to be confrontational or hyperbolic, but you just were. I do understand your concerns and they aren't valid. However, we have 12 million to get to the end. We have to be stewards of this money and the roadmap to annual revenue. So this was what? Tab 33? What's he claiming is in tab 33? That the board has 12 million. We have 12 million to get to the end in TFE. On December 29, 2025, I've been invited to a third-party phone call between Dawson, even though I had no role with TFE and the interests of Intrepid, of which I was CEO, were in direct conflict. On the phone call, Mr. Schwartz expressly advised Mr. Dawson would need to notify Commerce West Banks of the foreclosure, and not doing so would potentially expose Dawson to claims of fraudulent conveyance against the banking institution. Following this exchange, Schwartz informed Dawson that he would do what he was asking, but he would need to send him an email advising against this course of action. Schwartz also advised Dawson that best practice would be to advertise the sale. Dawson said he did not want to and would not do so. Okay, so this right here, what if Dawson took out the mortgage, but then hard money lends to Steven? Dawson gets 6% mortgage, hard rate lends a 10. He can't do that because Dawson can't be involved personally in transactions with his bank. It's either Dawson is the banker or the bank is the banker and he's the owner of the bank. He can't do both. Otherwise, that's him taking money out of his bank and profiteering off of it. And you can do that shit at a lending institution, but then the FDIC says no, or your FDIC insurance says no, you're on your own. This right here is another one of, I don't understand why the fuck Steven buried this on literally page 11 of 15, or why his lawyers did. This is a huge one. Break, who fucking cares? The judges already said I was going to rule against your sale anyway. so it's a moot point. During this time, Dawson and the board coercive behavior towards me continued an effort to convince me and other senior management to go along with the foreclosure. A true and correct copy of the email by Director of Production Jacob Buechler, forwarding his resignation email to the board, citing concerns that the board requests to him caused him ethical and professional concerns. 34, 35. Defendant Aaron Bartels regarding defendant's plan not to pay. My letter of resignation. My final act was to advise Commerce Swiss Bank about the planned foreclosure, which had not been noticed to them, which involved a plan to take Steam funds that were promised to them in satisfaction of their senior lien. In an effort to prevent what I felt would be bank fraud. Oh, go fuck yourself, Steven. It wasn't in an effort to do bank fraud. Stop it. You're fucking, all your books are full of fraud. On January 16th, a senior HR generalist Midori Rokes. Is that Midori Bond who, or is that just, they just happen to have two people named Midori? She cannot participate or facilitate actions she believed violated the law. She cannot continue her role without being asked to compromise her legal obligation and her professional personal integrity. I'm gonna throw her under the fucking bus here. She violated her own legal obligations by knowing the company had been foreclosed on and not immediately alerting all of the employees that the company had been foreclosed on and the asset had been transferred out of Intrepid Studios into TFE. She probably violated her own legal obligations to inform the employees to the status of their employment. Let's look at these exhibits. It was an effort to pay his home loan that was tied to that loan with the bank. I don't think so, because Steven alludes to a mortgage that he got. This right here, I don't know why the fuck they don't have, I don't know why these people aren't professional. But this right here is only part of a message. I don't get it. This should be the whole message. This one is the damning one. I do not believe we should pay severance nor PTO. These are bottom performers. We already have been paid more than they deserve. We don't owe them more. Aaron, you fucked yourself on this message. Severance is required. I'm sorry. PTO is required to be paid. PTO is considered wages earned. You may not arbitrarily decide not to pay wages earned. The Commerce Bank folded in his mortgage so it wasn't foreclosed on. I don't know that for certain, because it sounds like Pathway Bank took up the mortgage. And we know the house was able to be sold, and banks with liens on homes, title companies can't transfer titles if there's a lien. So I don't want to speculate on the home stuff, because I think it's safe that nobody speculate on the home stuff, because we don't have the mortgage, we don't have the underwriting, we don't have the paper trail of money, so we do not want to speculate. If they want to make noise in the market, they will anyway, as we're fired. Who listens to poor performers? Who gets whacked? This right here is an example of a person who doesn't know how to read the room. He doesn't know how to read the room, because the problem with the market is, you need those people to work for you. You need those people to bring in friends. These aren't, to say they're bottom performers is okay, but as a reminder, I've seen bottom performers at a company be the lowest 10% performers, but to the right of the median performer in the industry because the company owner has curated an amazing team of people. So you could have somebody with my skill set be dismissed as the bottom performer, but against the industry, I'm way to the right. Aaron Bartels seems like a real fucking dick. Any suit against us will be against the old entity that will have no value in a week. So unless Sam thinks we have an obligation or exposure, let's not pay either. There's no value in using good cash to pay this. If we can find 90K, let's spend it on marketing. We'll generate 180K or 6K new players. No, it won't, you dumb fuck. No, the fuck it will not. No, the fuck it will not. No, it will not. Let me stop you. No, it won't. And I know that because they'd already spent $1 million. Oh, I'm sorry. They'd already spent $1.8 million. Well, I'm sorry, $1.18 million on marketing. So your idea that 90K is going to get you 6K or 180K players, 90K will generate you 180K. You're just the dumb fuck who doesn't understand the industry you're in. Because if that rate, so let me map this shit out. According to Aaron's math, if 90,000 in marketing would only generate 6K new players, then that means the 1.1 million they spent on marketing should have only generated 78,000 customers, but it generated more than that. But you can't put advertising at the end of a 9-year advertising campaign. And what do you think was going to happen when you tell the community that you folded up Intrepid Studios, fucked over 100 employees? This email looks bad, but it's a nothing burger, really. No, it's not a nothing burger. This is a deliberate, this right here is this one coupled with the previous statement. Oh, I'm sorry. It's because Steven made a sworn statement. That, coupled with Steven's statement, coupled with this, is what's going to fucking Intrepid Studios fairly badly. Because here you have Aaron Bartels. I'll just cut my face off for a second. You have Aaron Bartels saying he doesn't believe that they should pay severance. Here's Robert Dawson saying that they don't feel that they need to pay out Warren. No, we do have Rob supporting it from the month prior. This is a labor violation. If you have one documented intent to defraud labor, 2 documented to intent of defraud labor, that you don't need very many more than that to get fucked. Especially since Aaron is listed on at least one table as a shareholder. Because now what this email does, Aaron's a shareholder. You have a shareholder stating, we're going to violate labor law. Well, now the class action war, between this email from Aaron and this text from Rob, the class action lawyer is like, well, do you have $11.3 million to pay off your obligations? Because otherwise I'm coming after you. Okay. So, resignation, members of the board. I'm not reading this fucking crybaby. Yeah, each employee brings a flat fine of 500. I don't have the breakdown in front of me, but I want, I do know that the total obligation in pay and penalties, in penalties is $11.3 million. If they make unlimited PTO where they get no fixed number of PTO days, if you have unlimited number of PTO or sick days are not payable. Sick days are not payable. If you have one combined pool of just days off, then all of that is payable. If you have unlimited PTO, then there's an exception to that, and I don't know the specific exception because I'm not a California labor attorney. This is, holy fuck, no wonder why this took NAFIS so long to go through. After my resignation, the board, 38. Well, where's 37? Oh. I would not have even allowed, I would imagine that the judge is going to come back and not allow this submission because it doesn't say who the fuck this email is to. I understand you spoke with David this afternoon and that you and your legal counsel can speak with us at 3 p.m. I'm sending a calendar invite. I do not have your legal counsel's email address, so please forward the judge is going to say you're going to have to give me who the fuck this went to. 38, to the board of directors from Midori Rokes. As I documented in my email and Slack messages on the 14th, I advised the member of the board and senior leadership terminating employees without pay accrued and unused PTO or without having final wages available at the time of termination would violate California labor code requirements. Despite this notice and repeated attempts to ensure layoffs were conducted lawfully and reasonably. Ooh, good fucking insert. The team and I continue to experience pressure to proceed with immediate terminations without adequate planning or safeguards for legal compliance. That this issue was only resolved after former CEO offered to personally fund the required payments further underscores the seriousness of the situation. This is not an isolated concern. Over the past several months, I've repeatedly raised additional compliance and ethical risks, including a lack of funding for an employment-based immigration process, and company previously committing to sponsoring unpaid vendor obligations, and the growing risk of employees losing benefits coverage due to non-payment, and a lack of annual renew proceedings. These issues, that right there is bad. You're offering benefits, but you're not ensuring your employees can access those benefits. These issues were escalated in good faith, good faith, another good word, with expectation that they would be addressed. Instead, they remained unresolved. I have made it, oh shit, she is on it. Holy fuck, Steven needs to have her teach him how to write. I have made every reasonable effort to preserve my employment by identifying risks, proposing alternatives, and advocating for compliance. However, given the board's repeated disregard, I no longer believe I can continue in my role without being asked to compromise my legal obligations and professional and personal integrity. Under these circumstances, a reasonable person desiring to remain employed would have no viable alternative but to resign. I value the work and the people affected by these decisions, and I did not reach this conclusion lightly. Nonetheless, I cannot participate in or facilitate actions that I believe violate the law or expose me to an ongoing legal and ethical risk. That is Midori Bond. She was at the company for a long time. So this is the thing is, Midori did this immediately when the shit hit the fan. Right. What happened was she said, she basically said, as I documented in my email, January 14th, which was before the transfer of assets, I have, as your HR specialist, told you not to do this. You have chosen to do it anyway. So. And she sent it. Oh, and to the board of directors and executive leadership. Well, she didn't send it. Yeah, she didn't send it to the board of directors, unless there's more. After my resignation, the board, okay, this is 39. After my resignation, the board requested I return as CEO. 39, 40, and 41. I'm kind of tired of this. This has been going on for 6 hours. Holy shit. Thanks for the heads up. We can't change what wasn't prepared. I don't understand what the plan for it was if Midori didn't leave, as she wasn't aware of the new co and we needed it. I'm working with 2 new brokers. The board has exercised full control over new co-preparation and insurance decisions, and I was neither involved nor consulted. Neither Midori nor I were responsible. At the board's direction, I worked... Well, this is... Okay. So, where I'm going to criticize Steven right here, Steven is acting like somebody here. He should not be communicating in text. He's no longer the CEO, and he shouldn't be giving directives like confirm today what actions you're taking. He's a minor shareholder. Can you review this email to the board? They want my return, so I'm identifying the conditions. Oh, I've read this multiple times. This is Steven. Management is authorized to operate within those constraints. 15 million raised, 4 million available, 7 million additional revenue through September. Yeah, this is all bullshit. He can't support these facts and figures. First, he says 15 million raised. The board said 12. 4.2 million currently available. There wasn't any. That was based on Steam. That money was already promised elsewhere. The board agrees to discuss and implement a meaningful incentive pool. Go fuck yourself. They don't owe you any of that. Board members, I've been informed that the company's healthcare... This is from Stephen Sharif to Peoples. Hold on. I'm past the time that I normally am off. At the board's request, I personally worked with Cigna and Kaiser through October, November, December to establish payment arrangements. Okay, so what I'm going to do right here is sound like a really large dickhead. Steven wasn't in control of this company at this point. At the board's request, I personally worked with Cigna and Kaiser through October, November, December to establish payment arrangements to maintain uninterrupted coverage. Why the fuck is the CEO doing that? Why, if you have $120,000 a year human resource specialist, is they not doing that? Also, this is not a discretionary matter. Failure to act promptly creates significant downstream liability for the company and its governing body. Sorry, I'm at the point of the day where people are pinging the shit out of me. Like, I need your help. Tab 42. Like I said, take a look at the offer and let me know if it's impossible to get there. We've had 2 years to process how Rob operates. He doesn't like to play fair. Fuck off, Steven. I read this one too. Notifying the bank would naturally accelerate any seizure route. That limited optionability. Perhaps there could have been more room to negotiate. Perhaps there still is. We need to explore that. I don't know why Steven is going to these people hat in hand. I just want to say this is exactly why the board trying to sneak one past the bank was a terrible decision. Instead of this elaborate foreclosure strategy, someone should have done the normal and right thing and just reached out to the bank and asked for some grace. Now the situation is fucked. Yeah, it's fucked because you fucked it. There's John Moore. He's still listed as the chief financial officer. I want you guys in the lead and me hidden in the background as ownership. Okay, this is from 2024. I want to see which exhibit is this. I want to see how Steven frames this. Exhibit 44. As reflected in a true correct copy, Mr. Dawson expressed directed that he remain hidden in the background and not be at the forefront of company's operations. Yes, Steven, and that was until you reached out to the guy who was $60 million in your company. And you told him that you were going blind in your eye and you had health issues. Okay, if you reached out to me, if I was an investor in your company, if I was an investor in your company and you said, I'm going blind in my right eye, I'd be like, okay, cool. Do you want to buy me out? Can you buy me out? Or do you need me to come in there and run shit? Because I want you to take care of your eye and I want to take care of my investment. A true and copy of correspondence is 45. Mr. Moore likewise addressed and ejected this false filing in his resignation letter. A true and correct copy of which... Okay, so what they're saying is... Dear members of the board, I'm writing to formally notify the board. This is from... this is from Robert Dawson to Steven Sharif. Please send me the signed minutes wherein Ryan was appointed CFO on January 30th. Why would Steven need those? He was always listed as the secretary. Dear members of the board, I'm writing formally to notify the board and request immediate correction of material misrepresentation. On December 30th, Ryan Ogden filed an amendment to the company's statement of information that removed himself as CFO and replaced that officer designation with the name of John Moore. This change was made without authorization, without a board vote, and without Mr. Moore's consent or appointment to that role. As the board is aware, Ryan Ogden was unanimously appointed CFO by the board and is reflected in the... Oh, unanimously. But Steven said Robert Dawson brought him in. But Thomas and Steven were members of the board. Unanimously. Under California Corporate Code, a corporation's statement of information must accurately set forth the names and titles. Corporate officers are elected or appointed by the board, and no individual will make representation as an officer absent such appointment. So he actually quoted this correctly. So Steven has like 3 really important things. Steven has 3 really important things, and that is this whole debt to equity conversion and backward. And if Steven is saying that, then Steven didn't need them. When he noticed that in December, Steven had every authority to update that document. I am Brian Langford. I am the former executive producer and head of studio at Intrepid. I make this declaration voluntarily. I worked from Intrepid from 2019. I worked for other video game companies. In December, we released Alpha 2. It was the most successful version of the game to date based on daily engagement metrics. Cool. In early September, Mr. Sharif mentioned he was getting pressure from the company's investors and started to include Jacob and me. He wrote in to me and an in-house HR representative he had been advised by his doctors to take a step back. He requested to go on medical leave, who believed he was under too much stress. He took a brief medical leave, returning a few weeks later on a remote basis. Over 2 years, I've observed Stephen Sharif suffer from significant health issues. He suffered a severe health emergency to the extent that I and others believed him to be on his deathbed. That's bullshit. His husband tearfully asked if Intrepid would finish execution in his honor if he passed away. I observed Stephen Sharif work closely with employees taking calls from his desk. He was supposed to take to professionally and socially. That's great. I witnessed unusual behavior of Robert Dawson towards Stephen Sharif. Mr. Sharif and board held an all-day in-person meeting. I entered the conference room once the meeting ended and saw Mr. Sharif and Mr. Dawson alone in the room, huddled very close, while Mr. Dawson pointed at documents. I found the close proximity of the two men to be unusual at the time. I later understood from Mr. Sharif that it was an intense interaction he believed was meant to intimidate him. Okay. Around Thanksgiving, the board suggested that they wanted to speak to Jacob and me without Mr. Sharif. When they realized this would only... They claimed that they cannot afford to spend more money on the development. They started looking towards cutting costs. When they realized that this would only save about $1.5 million per year, they decided to cut employees. Intrepid was spending $4 million per month, $2.5 million of which went to employee salaries. Were you? $2.9 million of which went to employee salaries. 12 times 12 times 2,900,000. 34.8 million. That's nowhere close. That is nowhere close to what they were spending on payroll. Just so we're clear. They spent in 2025, they spent 23 million on payroll. They weren't spending 4 million per month. That doesn't sound far off. No, that sounds way the far off. Because they're not in California. They didn't have 250 employees. They had 210. They had 123 employees in California. And what I can tell you is, having already bounced all of these numbers, payroll accounts for 51%, not 75. But, and down here, they have $52 million in unaccounted for money, but I can't in good faith, if I do an audit, blindly apply undocumented, unmemoed transfers to contractors. I'm not about to say, I'm going to say no, you have $52 million in unaccounted for money. Maybe if you accounted for your money better, you wouldn't be fucking broke. Jacob and I suggested to the board there were many indicators the game was going well. We started pushing back the launch proposal from March 26th to June, September. What? They wanted a launch in March? I attended a call with the board where they directed me to fire 125 employees by 5 p.m. on December 31st. Despite the entire staff being on vacation, I was expected to find out contact employees on their vacation, get them on their phone, and tell them their jobs were over on New Year's Eve. I objected to this directive because it was WARN Act violation. No one on the board has mentioned WARN Act until I brought it up. So, according to this guy, on December 29th, he was told to fire these people. Uh-oh. They may be coming for me, guys. My connection's unstable. I also object to the board. It would be a WARN Act violation, so the board can't say that. Teresa Fett seemed particularly informed on the WARN Act. They suggested to me that they knew about the law and they were silent about it, but hoped it would not be brought up. I refused to comply and I communicated my objections via email. Well, you should have a copy of this email. It was illegal not to play PTO. That is correct. Between 1 January and 24 January, the board scheduled multiple meetings. There were at least 3 meetings during which I was told to fire substantial numbers of people and to stop making legal claims about why it was problematic. During 2 calls, board member Aaron Bartels used coercive language and what I consider to be strong. Well, you didn't give any examples. Mr. Bartels told me to stop arguing about the WARN Act and legal issues because the board had the absolute best lawyers who told the board not to worry about their layoff plan, to stop citing laws and to fire employees. I understood this comment to mean either the board did not care about the legality, so you didn't do that. He said if I played good with the board, they would consider paying out PTO in cash. Well, this is dumb. The HR lady resigned on the 16th of January, or the 20th of January. The 20th of January. I understood their plan was to roll 60 employees over to the new company and to fire 49 from one company and 49 from the other in furtherance of what I believe to a scheme. Yeah, you can't do that because you'd already fired 10 from Intrepid. So you couldn't fire more than 39 in a 90-day period. Okay. There's Brian Langford. Here's Jacob's declaration. I have over 20 years of experience developing video games. I was living in the Republic of Cyprus working for another video game company. I'd been looking for an opportunity. I viewed with Intrepid. I joined Intrepid. In 2025, the beta version of Ashes of Creation was released to market on a platform called Steam. Well, that's not good for you, dumbass, because it wasn't the beta version. In response to the board rejected every scenario we suggested in January, board members Dawson and Fett told me they instead sought external advice about game development and what to do with the company. I received a call from Sharif in which he communicated to me the board planned to fire about 100 Intrepid employees while they were on holiday. I immediately followed up with Ms. Sharif. In January 2026, the board discussed transferring the funds to the new entity, TFE. So this doesn't paint a good light for the board. I've joined a WARN Act filed by... Oh, good job here. I've joined a WARN Act violation action fired. Just, this is good to say. Intrepid board member Robert Dawson instructed that Intrepid terminate 100 out of 227 employees without paying their wages. Yeah, you can't do that. That's illegal. That's no good. I am a creditor. I participated in a Zoom call. The announcement came as a surprise. There was sufficient capital to complete the game. Oh, this is Karen's statement. Tom Alec is in. I don't care about Tom. He's a Steven Schill. I'm not even going to read his statement. Who the fuck is Zach? I'm a creditor. I make this. I was an early investor in Intrepid, who Steven has never mentioned. Who Steven has never mentioned. You don't mention your dollar amount. I attended an Intrepid investor call as a representative of a group of investors with investment totaling approximately 420,000. Interestingly enough, I've never found this guy's name anywhere. Jessica. I'm a partner with the law firm. My colleagues and I met. Blah, blah, blah. So, because I'm sorry, I am at 6 hours and 22 minutes, and unlike Steven, I am not going to allow my health to drive into the ground before I stop. I'm like 2 hours over what I had originally dedicated to this. What I will say is this. From the looks of it, if Steven would stop being a whiny bitch, and Steven would stop caring about his reputation, Steven might actually be able to get money for his employees if he stopped being a whiny bitch and being concerned. Steven is never going to make a video game. Ashes of Creation is never going to come out, right? It's not going to happen. And the reason why I'm telling you it's not going to happen is Steven's reputation is dog shit. Looking forward to Steven's Money, 400 pages, part 2. Yeah, no shit. Steven's not going to be able to recruit anybody with talent because they're not going to want to leave a job and work for somebody that has an uncertain future. It looks like if Steven had done things, it looks like Steven has some plays to hurt Dawson, but it doesn't look like Dawson. I'm going to break this into 2 parts. It doesn't look like Dawson broke any laws in regards to his investment with Intrepid Studios. He did questionable stuff, shady stuff. Yeah, Steven's going to be spending like 6 to 9 years making big rocks into little rocks. Yeah, he had no problem smoking a cigar in his mansion while the chef was cooking. I don't know if Steven cares about his employees. He pulled ripcord once his compensation was moving to performance, burning it all down. Right. See, that's my big problem, that Steven doesn't realize not everybody he talked to was his friend. One of his employees that he said, he's like, well, they offered me equity based on performance metrics. I think Steven has a strong case to file against Robert Dawson's bank for those mortgage terms and to claim that he and John were discriminated against because they're homosexual. I think that is Steven's strongest recourse right now, is to fuck with Dawson. But don't go stupid about it. Get your paperwork together. Go after Dawson's bank. That ties Dawson up. And Dawson doesn't want to lose the ability to offer mortgages. Right now, it looks like Dawson, I think the Jason lawsuit that is more financials based is where he does not have recourse. True. However, Jason has a misunderstanding of his order of creditor. Uh-oh. Back? Cool. Steven is the kid at the playground that doesn't get his way and just takes his ball and walks out. Kind of. If you're gonna fight the board, you do it from power, not weakness. Also true. You also don't wait until your company is floundering before you step in and start to try to make some statements. Sounds like Jason is going after Steven for fraud and misrepresentation. Yeah. Where Jason's biggest mistake is he had a previous established lawsuit where he wanted to see the financials. He abandoned that lawsuit. Without keeping you guys too long, all I'm going to say, and then I'm going to peace out. This is not how you do business. This is not good business. This is terrible business. With that said, I need to eat. I need to take my meds. I've been neglecting my own health for a few days. I'll be back tomorrow for some politics news stuff. And then Saturday, I'll be around for video games. I'll talk to you guys then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of jahlon.